All right, beautiful. Everyone, we are in, we are here, we are live, and this is Canberra. I've made the trip here because unfortunately Rukshan couldn't make it here today. He had to leave the other day, but he'll be back on Tuesday. I'm here to live stream to give you a completely unedited version of events today, maybe a 4-hour stream today. We're going to see what's going on. There's a million things going on and I need you to give this a share. So the context here is, a week ago, some truckies from WA, about 40 truckies, said they want to do what the Canadians are doing and they want to get out here and they want to show their government that we're really annoyed. We've got a federal election in May, but we can't wait. We want to send a message for you to drop what's going on. We want freedom of travel between the actual borders. This is what Graham said. We want the kids to stop being jabbed, especially while the trial phase is on. No mask mandates. We want people to be able to return back to work, especially for the healthcare system and struggling industry. So what's going on is people have come here for a big day. It's Saturday, so a lot of families have come out here from around Australia, South Australia, Queensland, New South Wales, Western Australia, Victoria, New South Wales. They're all coming here. They all want to say, you guys are not showing any leadership. This could not come at a worse time for the Liberal Party. Scott Morrison 2 weeks ago, it came out in the Australian newspaper that the news poll are terrible for him. His polling is absolutely ridiculous. It's worse than the bushfire crisis when he was over in Hawaii holidaying. This is an absolute crisis for the Liberal Party. We're going to see what happens. They're losing donors. Many donors are leaving the Liberal Party in droves. They're not going to the fundraisers. We're also seeing a civil war going on in the Liberal Party between the factions. All these texts are being released. All the factions are fighting, whether there's a Conservative faction, whether it's more like Gladys's faction or Scott Morrison's faction. They're all releasing texts, and it's absolutely coming out that they're divided. It's going to be absolutely insane. Again, we're here in Canberra. We're covering the protest today. Give this a share. This could not be at a worse time for the Prime Minister, because it's going to draw his attention away from the civil war going on in the Liberal Party. Many people have said that this could lead to a Peter Dutton taking over. I think Scott Morrison's days are numbered. This is really starting to look like exactly what we saw with Gladys Berejiklian, and when she ended up going because of ICAC. There was a lot of infighting and it's been absolutely crazy. You can hear a lot of cars going past right now. They've got their flags and they're coming through and beeping. They're not coming past right now, but a lot of them are still coming. The big event that's going on is everyone's meeting here at Glebe Park. Right now there's at least 2,000 people and it's only going to keep growing. A lot of people are still in their cars. A lot of people are still arriving. But the big event is going to be outside Old Parliament House and New Parliament House. So they're going to be probably marching from here all the way over there. And just to give you some time, a lot of people, they started meeting here. A lot of people started meeting here around about 10. And the plan is for today to be at Old Parliament House at 11 a.m. Graham Hood is going to read something out that Rod Carleton wrote regarding the Constitution and the sovereignty of our people. And we're also going to see at New Parliament, they're going to march over for 2 o'clock, and it's going to be absolutely crazy what happens. So many people going past. This is amazing how many people are here. They've come from around the country. So guys, I'll be giving you a completely unedited today. Thank you everyone that donated the last time. I don't need any more donations. You guys allowed me to cover petrol costs for this. I'm not staying in a hotel. I'm here to cover it. Again, Rukshan unfortunately couldn't make it today. He'll be back here on Tuesday, and I'll probably be back here on Tuesday. But what's happening today is so significant. The Liberal Party is so vulnerable right now. This is the worst thing Scott Morrison could do right now. A lot of people like Graham Hood have said, keep it peaceful. These are our demands. This is what we want. And people are really rallying behind it. It's amazing to see. People are annoyed. People have taken leave off to be here. The truckies are annoyed. And it's going to be absolutely amazing to see what happens. I'll be interviewing people on the ground, hearing their stories, hearing why they're here. There's former police officers, former nurses, and it's going to be amazing. I'm going to go up in a second. I'm going to show you guys the crowd. I'm going to show you the size. We're going to look at what's going on, but this is going to be really interesting to see what's going on. Again, I'm a neutral voice here. Whatever happens today, if there's violence, if there's no violence, if there's a big crowd, if there's a small crowd, I'm going to be interviewing people. I'm going to making sure that you guys have the honest picture. The mainstream media won't do a 4-hour stream. That's why I'm here. Let's get on it today, and remember, give this a share.
Good on you, man. You do that. How you going?
Good. What's your name, brother?
Steve Spicer. I mentioned the Brisbane rally when Ricardo was there.
Yeah. In November.
Really broke your fucking hand.
Yeah, you did. December 2020 when we were in Queensland.
Yes, that was the best question all day.
Yeah.
Good on you. And that's the best handshake. Right, I laid in bed crushed on the 20th of January 2020.
Yeah.
Right, when the shit show started, I had the pelvis shattered in dust. Right. I was talking, I pray, and I'm talking to an old mate upstairs. I'm one of 11 children, 10 living children. 8 of them had the jab.
Yeah.
This is my twin.
Yeah.
Right. Out of the 30 grandchildren, all have had it except 7. I'm fucking shattered.
Yeah.
I was talking to old mate upstairs, I was living God. He didn't give me a shitload of muscles, a shitload of money, or a shitload of guns. I've got to do something here.
So you've come all the way from Queensland?
I drove down last night, got here this morning. I left Brisbane at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, let me know how the audio is, guys. So how long are you planning on being here, sir? What was your name again, sorry? Steve, nice to meet you, Steve. Again. It's been a while, it's been over a year. A lot's happened.
Anyway, I asked old mate, he sent me word. Right? Sent me word. I've never written anything in my life except quotes or a Christmas card. I've got a full house, a flush at school, fucking F's.
Yeah, right? Rolf, what's this?
Read that. That's the first poem I wrote.
That's beautiful. Steve, can we catch up in a bit? I want to start interviewing more people in the crowd. I want to hear why they're here, where they've come from.
I need to get up on the site because this is powerful.
Can you?
Told me to get my ass here.
Awesome.
This is powerful. It's called the here and now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I've got to read as many meets. Can you send me an email? Can you? Sure. Can you send me an email at joel_jammal@hotmail.com? Nice and easy. Guys, I'm going to keep walking around. People saying the audio is good. That's good. I'm going to keep walking around. Hey, how are you? Yeah, sure. No worries.
Could you take our picture?
Thanks, Steve.
Does he have to be in it?
Love it. Great.
Love you, Steve. Steve came all the way from Queensland to take a photo with me. Hey, brother.
Steve McDonald, Joel.
Nice to meet you, Steve. My pleasure.
We've met on the Zoom.
Oh, we did too. Yeah, we did too. Sure, ladies, let's do it.
Stop looking.
Well, the police tend to leave you alone if you're wearing a suit.
That's true.
So that's why I'm here. Is this?
Oh, okay, we'll do that for you.
All right.
No worries.
Okay.
Can I chop his head in half? God love you and thank you for being here and fighting for me.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Joel.
Thanks, guys. I'm going to do the rounds. Have you got your email, guys? I'm going to try and take as few selfies as possible so you get the crowd. This happens all the time. I've got to go stream the speeches in a sec. People didn't come to.
I've got to get up on the site.
Did you want a photo? Did you?
No.
Oh, okay. You pulled up your camera. Here we go. Yeah, I'm putting it in your notes.
Yeah, pretty inspiring shit, man. It's
Thank you, I appreciate it. It's in your notes. Hey, how are you, brother?
Hey, do you know where Graham is?
No, I'm actually looking for him. Let's go find Graham, guys. So I got to get the crowd and the speeches, man. Oh, you do you?
Yeah, you see him telling just
What did you say you had?
Mount Haler. He wants his own Mount Haler.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, well, stay close to me because I've got to find him as well.
Okay, good night. I've done this before.
Yeah.
So after I say a sentence,
All right, guys, let's see what's going on the stage. I want to show you the size of the crowd. It's absolutely big. When I arrived, there was at least 2,000. I reckon it's swelled to even more. A lot more cars coming, and it's crazy.
All
right.
The government told us after 2 vaccinations there'd be no more COVID.
Was he here?
Sorry?
I
have no idea. No idea. I think he said he'd be here. He knows.
What more lies are there?
Oh, you did, yeah?
Lying about everything. They're taking people's jobs here. Jobs for not getting injections. Well, if you got COVID, you can still
Judge him by the fruit.
Does that make any sense?
I'll see you later.
No.
There you go, guys. Good view of the vote. Hey, how are you?
Some are vaccinated.
Yeah,
some are
sure.
vaccinated. In some countries now,
All right, guys, give me a sec.
more. And they're saying,
Hey, hiya. Good to see you, brother. How are you? How you been? I missed you. Haven't seen you since like Eden Monaro. Hey, brother. How are you, man? Good, man. Long time. Yeah, long time.
My boy.
Oh, hey, brother. How are you?
What's happening, mate?
Oh, not much. Yeah, it's a good crowd. So I think this family just asked for a photo. Well, let's do it. It's awkward when I'm doing a live stream. It's okay. It's okay. Give me a sec, guys.
Watch the orange paint.
Now, everyone here, I don't know everyone, but a lot of people here are unvaccinated.
Thank you.
No worries. I'll see you guys around. All right, guys. Let's get a bit closer so you can hear what they're
Put
saying.
your hand up if you're not wearing a mask. What else was the thing? Put your hand up if you're unafraid. And put your hand up if you're still alive. So all the scary people are here together and they're not killing each other. Maybe that's what the media needs to see. Because the hospital is full of double vaccinated people.
That's COVID. And that's what
They're admitting two vaccines will give you a 4% chance of not getting COVID. And I've never had COVID. I've never had a test. Put your hand up if you've never had a test. And again, we're all still alive. We'll be marching very shortly. I think we've got about 5 more minutes to kill as more people are coming in. Do you have anyone else here? I just got told we got another big group at the Parliament House already. Okay, so yeah, I'll leave it with Nick, but yeah, when we march, alright, we join that group up there wherever they are. Okay.
That's a good job.
Peacefully, you stay in numbers, but I think there's still some more stuff going on that I just want to talk to you quickly about.
Yeah, well, I used to do the show. Yeah, I don't know if he's here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you not with him anymore? Like.
No, we ended the show in February last year. Yeah, it's been a long time. Yeah,
really?
yeah, it's been a long
What are you
time.
doing now?
Well, I just do my own show. I do my own thing. So
So I can follow it.
people asking for Ricardo. Oh, it's just Joel Jammal.
Joel Jammal.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Good yourself?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's good to see you. It's been too long. How you been?
It wasn't long, it was the Brisbane, Burwood.
Burwood. Oh, Burwood.
No problem,
Everyone,
yeah.
aren't you?
Is he what?
Okay, so he's on the list to speak
Oh,
to
okay.
Parliament House.
Hey, how are you?
Great show.
If you don't
nice
speak
to
out
meet you.
of
My
here
pleasure.
this morning, the people that's absolutely
I've been
nothing.
following you
The
forever.
parliament's
it's a pleasure to meet you.
agenda. Nobody's on the political agenda. This is yours! Go people!
My pleasure.
So young and you are so
It's yours!
so much.
And let's get this thing done!
Guys, sorry about the audio. Let me know how it is now. I'm going to adjust the decibels to make it a bit more palatable.
I'm here with the political agenda. And my agenda is to remove the politics from Australia. That's what we need to do. We've been in this for 2 years almost. And we are in a marathon. But this is the finish line. We can see it. Everybody, get on to everybody you know. We need everybody in Canberra.
Hey brother, hey, how are you?
We've got a
You
great
good?
crowd
Good to see you,
here.
man. Yeah, good. Been a bit of a crazy day, huh?
It's been beautiful. Did you get here today or yesterday?
I did. Yeah, I'm just here for the day trip. I heard Rukshan wasn't going to be here yesterday. I called him. Yeah, he can't do every day, and he said he'd be back on Tuesday. I said, well, someone's going to do a long stream. Because not many people have the big following. Graham's got a bigger following me, but problem is the guys controlling his account, they don't do 4 hours. They just do the little clips of highlights. I'm like, okay, we need unlimited 4 hours. So I drove down this morning, and it's my pleasure, man. But just gotta, when there's a fight, hang around.
Someone's going to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fucking hell, excellent, man.
That's good to see you, man. That's my pleasure. What was your name again? Chris. Nice to meet you, Chris.
Johnny Montana.
Yeah. It's good to see you, man. Long, small world, man. Come on, now.
Everybody knows me.
I love it.
This is the
Oh, I think so too. I think it's going to be huge.
Arrived here.
We know this.
Oh, yeah.
So now we know what to do to fix it.
Keep up the good work.
No, it's my pleasure, brother. No worries. I'll see you around.
What would you like to say, sir? Piss them off.
All right, I'm going to head off. Hey, how are you? What's your name?
Well, that's what we're
Nice to meet you.
going.
How How you
I've
been?
been following you, buddy, for a while.
Oh no, you poor thing. I popped into Melbourne in November. It was pretty fun. I got
upstairs in Parliament.
Oh yeah, that was fun. Yeah, she knew that I came all the way from New South Wales, and she was such a nice host. I never met her before. That's my first time. Good to see her. It's going to be interesting to see what happens today, isn't it?
I'm interested to see the size of the crowd.
Yeah.
To be honest.
I think it's going to be huge. It's at least 2,000 now. It keeps growing. It's huge. Oh, there is there?
And that's where we're headed. There are differences.
Any luck finding Jammal?
I have never
on mic, by the way.
had more love, more hugs, more time with people where we are talking about exactly the same things. Guys, we've beaten COVID already. We need to project what we want for our future now. That's where we go. Let's start.
I didn't know what the audio is like on this. I don't know what it is like.
Create that vision in your mind. Because if you don't know what you want, you will never achieve it. So what do we want? Freedom. Do we want to be secure? Do we want a great economy? Do we want to be one people? So,
hey, how are you? Never met you before. Mark, what's all your shit? Hi, nice to meet you, Mark. Hey, I'm Laura. Nice to meet you, Laura. My pleasure. It's my pleasure. I'm here to serve you guys. Yeah. A big truck's going by right now. Big truck. Awesome. Alright guys, let me know what the
okay, a little bit of housekeeping.
Alright guys, I'm setting up here, let me know what the audio is like.
Alright, first up, I'm the housekeeping person. Everyone check you have your phone, because one of you doesn't. Someone's lost their phone, please. It's got, okay, if your phone number ends in, well, I'm assuming this might be your phone number. If you've got a piece of paper on the back with a phone number that ends in 232, yeah, you might want to, like, this would be you. Anybody? Okay, I will hang on to this. If someone discovers that they're missing their phone, come and find me.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so, like everyone said, we are peaceful protesters. I've been on the phone to the police. They are helping us make this walk as easy and as safe as possible. However, this was organised yesterday because we want to help all of you guys have your voice. But we need to be aware of our surroundings. You need to be aware of traffic. And we need to be as orderly and as peaceful as possible. Proud, waving our flags, holding banners, showing Australia and the world what we're made of, but in a controlled and safe way. We have banners because this is not about any party, this is about the people. We've got banners at the back that we would like to have at the front of the crowd that say COVID-19 vaccine makers have no liability. We need volunteers to carry that, and you will lead the march. If you can just... What's happening? Yeah, if people that are would like to do that and lead the march, you need to make your way to the back, and you need to be in order so it doesn't end up making garbled message. And then these people need to make their way around to the front. We'll need Canberra.
Guys, I'm just... Hey brother, how are you?
Hey, man.
Yeah, good to see you again. No, my pleasure. Yeah, good. Sorry, I'm just on mic. Guys, they're just announcing they're going to start marching soon. They're getting people to volunteer to carry the banners. I'll be heading over there soon. There's no more speeches until we get to Old Parliament House. And then from there we're going to head off, and there's going to be some speeches there by Graham Hood. It's going to be Rod Culleton's constitutional speech that he's written for He's ridden for a Graham, and so we'll go from there. So just hang in there, give this a share in the meantime, get something to drink, settle in, and spread this everywhere so that the world can see what the mainstream media is not showing, which is a 4-hour unedited stream of the truth. Hang in there, guys. We'll be getting on the road soon.
Amen.
Nice, brother. What was your name?
Good to see you, man. Glenn. I met you in Sydney the other day.
Keep an eye on the people around you.
At the back.
Don't make sure they're
Thank you.
safe.
It was a good call that day. It was a good call.
Is the first person
sorry, our
that starts
conversation's
getting
on.
mouthy and start
Yeah,
getting
it's all right.
agitated,
There you go, you go.
move
Good.
away
He's
from
going to
them.
knock my camera.
If someone else gets aggro towards one of our people, then protect them. But our people are peaceful. Our people are exercising our right to peacefully protest. The police are supporting that, and we will work with them to enable all of us to get up to Old Parliament House and then New Parliament House. Now, so how's our banner going? Is it getting organised? Beautiful. Good, right. So while they're making their way to the front,
Alright guys, I'm going to move to the front so we have a full view of the front.
Grow as we move from
give me a
location
sec.
to location, because like we actually saw, there's people still coming in. Yeah, so
Hey, how are you?
Hey,
Good to
how
see you.
are you?
Yeah, good. Exciting day. Are you doing something at Parliament House?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I'll see you there. It's going to be
Just
so good.
thinking about driving ahead of time, parking at Questacon for the daily parking.
Yeah, do that. Yeah, do that if you have to be there,
Ahead
yeah.
of the procession, because everyone's going to welcome you.
Absolutely.
It's like, what is it, 2.8 kilometers from how
Yeah,
long?
I'll be filming on the way and I'll keep you updated how we're travelling. But absolutely, if you're doing a speech there, yeah, I'd do that if I were you. So you're not late for anything.
Visible crowds for all of Australia and all of Canberra to see.
All right, guys, I'm going to head over. I'm going to head off to the front and watch from there. Are you going to do the same?
The second set of lights
Oh, really?
over the bridge, behind us on the right, we're then turning left.
Nothing back here.
Then left again.
She pointed, yeah. I'll see where the signs are. So you are going to be there?
We'll be reading a declaration.
You are going to be at the front? Okay, sure. Hovering.
So we won't be at the front of Old Parliament House. That's been cordoned off because of the fire. Everybody's trying to see that we don't want to be front. So we actually need to all mingle.
Good, yourself? Do you know where the front of the protest is, brother? The pointy end. Hey, this is all the pointy end. No, it's my pleasure. No, it's my pleasure, guys. Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming down. Where'd you guys come from? Melbourne. You guys are like, please, heavy police presence. Come on, like we'll be fine. Yeah, exactly. You're laughing at the rest of Australia. The Queenslanders have had it too easy with the police. Oh, jeez. Yeah,
Going through what we've been through, I think.
yeah, absolutely. They're just getting a taste of it now. Hey, how are you?
Joel,
Hey,
how
nice
are
to
you?
meet you. Yeah, my pleasure. Long time no see.
Australia one?
Victoria, yeah.
Oh, I saw Ricardo earlier. Gave me a big hug.
You're on the mic, by the way. Yeah, you're on the mic. No, I'm glad you said hi to us.
Yeah, you gave me the biggest hug.
No, it's a pleasure.
We still have
It's a
a
pleasure
great
to see you.
connection.
No, you can't see.
There will be people that
That's
are
why I tell people. That's why I tell people.
everything else like supporting us. But the foot soldiers will be on the grass. Alright. Is everyone
It's good to see you. Victoria was really cold while I was down there. Do you know where the front of the protest is? I got to get there right now.
giving the banners away so we can
Yeah?
hold your flags up.
Alright guys, we're going to get going. I'm going to try and keep the conversations to a minimum. Hey, how are you? Nice to meet you. Oh, hello, little one. We're going to find the front of the protest if we can, and we're going to make our way up to Parliament House. Alright, give me a sec, guys. I just need some breathing room so I can check what the actual route is to Parliament House. There's a couple ways they could end up going. Oh, that's where they're going. There's a couple ways they could end up going there. I'll try and give you a live view of how it's going, and we'll go from there. I'll try and rush to the front. This is going to be interesting. Strap in. It's going to be an interesting day. Get some popcorn. Get some. Hey, how are you? It's going to be an interesting day. Get some popcorn. Strap in. Get a drink. Have a beer. Yeah, no, I got to get to the front, brother. I got to get to the front, Steve. Yeah. Mate, I'd drive over there if I were you. A few people are actually driving there. We need the Patriot flags. All right, guys, I'm going to run to the front. Let's see if we can. Oh, sorry, mate. Oh yeah, we did too. Good to see you, brother. All right, guys, we're going to get to the front. Hey, you came all the way. Good to see you. Are you good? Hey, Jim Spirum! Watch my back today, brother. Yeah, it's good to see you. I'll see you around. Alright, guys, we're going to keep moving to the front. We're going to go to the side. Remember, guys, give this a share. Get it out there. By the time your shares reach critical mass, it'll reach everyone. Hey, brother. You look a lot better without the mask, man. Yeah. It's going to be an interesting day. I'll say, man. All right, we're walking past now. Mate, this is just the start of it. It's just getting started. There's so many people still in the park. Hey, how are you? Hey, everyone. Hey, good to see you. Yeah, so many familiar faces. It's like from all the states. Oh, this is so good. Guys, there's a lot of people still in their cars. Hey, how are you? Oh, you did you? No, I will. Let me know if you find it. I'll get it on camera. Guys, we've still got heaps of people at Parliament House waiting for us. Hey, how are you? Hey, good to see you, ladies. How you doing? We've got heaps of people with Graham at Old Parliament House where they're going to do the next reading. It's going to be at, I think, at 11. So we'll see how long it takes to get everyone over there. But I'll give you a live update of how they progress marching there. I think it's about a 4 or 5K walk there. Stroll in the park. Wow, all right, we're on the move. We're absolutely on the move. Going to start shutting down streets. Wow, we're not even at the front yet. I thought we were at the front. All right, guys, we're going to cut across. We're going to try and get to the front. We want to be there for the stage and the speakers. We want to make sure you guys have a good view of what's going on. Wow, we're almost at 2,000 viewers. Keep sharing it out. The mainstream media is going to share 30 seconds of what happens today. Hey, brother. Hey, brother. How you doing? Long time no see, man. Were you in the Sydney protest in Hyde Park?
No.
Which state are you from?
I'm from Cairns.
Oh, you're from Cairns?
Yeah, I've met you before.
That's the furthest I've seen anyone come.
Good on you, bro.
Good to see you, man. Wow. All the way from Cairns, guys. I mean, I think WA is further, but Cairns far out. Well, I wouldn't leave that weather for Canberra, cold Canberra. It was pretty brisk this morning, but again, guys, why are people in Canberra? They're here because I think Graham Hood put it best. Here to support the truckies, here to see an end to the mandates so people can return back to their jobs in the healthcare system and every other industry. People are here to see the kids not getting jabbed, especially while the trial phase isn't even done. They want to see the mask gone. They don't want to ever see a return to lockdowns. They want freedom, essentially, in one word. I'm only reporting what I'm seeing, guys, and what I'm seeing is a massive amount of people that are very unhappy with the political system, and they want to see change in leadership. Excuse me, brother. Oh, good. Hey.
How are you, brother?
You were at the
Sydney
24th of
with you?
July. There's a great photo with you behind me.
Awesome, buddy.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man. I recognise you. All right. I'm going to the front. Excuse me, brother. Sorry. Excuse me, brother. Sorry, I just got to get to the front. All right, guys, we're... Oh, hello. Hey, ladies. How are you? Good to see you. That's my pleasure. Just here.
Okay, I need your help. Up the front.
Here we are. Good to meet you, man.
Hey, brother. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Nice. No, I'm very good. Hey, brother.
Champion.
Good to see you, man.
I think you...
Yeah. Absolutely. Hey, ladies. Excuse me. Yeah.
Good to see you.
Hey, fellas. How are you? All right, guys. Yeah, good, man. All right, guys. We're going to give you an update on how we're progressing towards Parliament House. It's going to be an interesting day to see exactly how things progress. Again, we're here to report what happens because the mainstream media are not going to do it. Hey, there we go. Hey, brother. How are you? Yeah, I'm good. Big crowd. A lot of people. This is only the start. There's another big crowd at Parliament House. and we're going to see exactly how that progresses. A lot of people, as you can see, this is only the start of it. Again, everyone, a lot of people are with Graham Hood at Parliament House. We're going to get on the move. We're moving over there. It's about a 4K walk. Not sure how long it's going to take us with the banner, but it's completely shutting down the street. Michael Sims there live streaming to Instagram. If you're on Instagram, give it a share, send it to everyone. I'm on Facebook. Give this a share, guys, get it out there. Unfortunately, Rukshan couldn't make it today. He'll be back on Tuesday. But this is massive. This is absolutely massive. All the families have come out on the weekend. People have taken leave off to be here. Now again, guys, I want to give you some context. Now the reason why so many people are out here is recently on the 10th of January, the government and the TGA said that we can start doing vaccines for the kids. People don't like that. And people have come out all the way from across the continent to say no. Let's see what happens. Let's see how the day progresses. It's going to be so interesting. Slow down. A lot of people, guys, completely shut down the street. All right, guys. As I was saying, guys, all these people are out here. Graham Hood articulated why they've come from across the continent. It's because they're not happy the kids are getting jabbed from the 10th. They're not happy the kids are wearing masks. They're not happy they can't go back to work. They're not happy the healthcare system is saying no to good paramedics, good nurses, good doctors from working. They're not happy that people can't return to industry. What's going on right now is we're seeing people from around Australia say no. We can't wait till the election in May. We want new leadership. We want Scott Morrison to go. That's not my opinion. That's what people here are saying. That's what people like Graham Hood are saying. So let's see how this progresses today. This isn't my speech. Those are the points that Graham Hood has articulated, and he's waiting for these people at Parliament House. I'm going to keep filming the crowd. Give this a share. There's 2,500 people listening. Let's see how this goes. They're chanting, "Hands off our kids," if you can't hear. Hey, brother. Good to see you. Hey, brother. Hey, you're getting all the screen time, brother. Look at this patriot. He's rocked up here. He's come from around the country, and he's saying no. He's making a stand. Where are all the young'uns?
I'm saying more than no, mate.
Good on you. Hey, how are you? Lots of people, guys.
Hi, people.
Lots of people, guys. Lots of people. They're not controlling the crowd very well. We're going to slow it down and keep people behind the banners. I'm not an organizer, I'm just here to cover it. lot of people, guys. Very hard to control a crowd of this size. Very hard to control this many people and their anger. They're absolutely furious with what's going on.
They run into you.
Hey, how are ya? There's a lot of streamers up the front. It's confusing. The banners at the front. A lot of people running in front of the banners. Very hard to organise this many people. How many people do you think, Steve?
There's a few.
There's a couple. There's a couple. Do you think they're angry?
They're not happy chappies.
They're not happy chappers. All right. A lot of cars in front, guys, leading the way as well. I think they're just trying to find a good place to park. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Who would have thought that we'd be cancelling the protests from around the country and coming to the bubble, which is Canberra, and reintroducing some common sense. This is absolutely amazing. People cannot wait. They cannot wait for the election.
We've got 3 Ks to walk.
We've only got. It's saying it's 4 or 5 Ks in total. Yeah. People chanting "Save Australia." Let's see what happens. Absolutely amazing day. So many people. So many people. I don't know who's. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. How's Instagram going? Mate, do you know how hard
Facebook there and Instagram here.
Do you know how hard we're getting censored now?
Yeah. My Instagram will get nothing. Facebook's done kind of well.
Yeah. Mate, everyone's copping it now. As far as the eye can see, guys, I can't see that high. Even when I put the camera really high, you still can't see the extent of the crowd. They're still in the park. Absolutely crazy how many people are here. Oh, it's quite the sight.
So we're just about to hit Northbourne Avenue.
You might as well go to the cafe, I promise you. Absolutely crazy, guys, how many people are here. Give this a share, get it out there. The mainstream media won't show you this. More patriots are meeting up. Look at the size of the crowd. Look at the size of that crowd. We won't see how many people are here till we get to the park, to Parliament House, outside Old Parliament House at 11. I suspect they might get there a little bit later. Again, it's a 4 or 5K walk. We've got about 20 minutes. Absolutely insane how many people are here. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's see what they're chanting. We got the peacemakers here. I suspect there's going to be a lot more order today than we've seen in previous days. So I think we've got the Guardians from Queensland, the peacemakers from around the country to keep things stable. No, it's not me, brother. Do you want me to get it to someone on the stage?
Yeah, sure, thank you.
Oh, actually, I don't know if I can do that. I've
seen your interviews as well.
Oh, you have?
Very good.
Oh, no worries, brother. No worries, brother. Guys, just letting you know, some cameramen dropped their mic like this. Let me know. You know, I've got it. I might give it to someone on the stage, or maybe the peacemakers. Maybe they can sort it out. Hey, brother.
Let's stop here.
Yeah, slow it down, guys.
Let's stop here, guys.
It's like they're slowing it down.
Stay back for a second.
Hey, brother. Pleasure's all mine, man. Pleasure's all mine. Guys, they're holding up here.
What are we going to do? Get across here? Just go it? What do you reckon? Yeah, I reckon. Hey, buddy. All right, guys, come on. Let's do it.
All right, guys, they're moving forward. They're going past the outer section. What's that?
Save us!
It's my pleasure, man. It's my pleasure. Just serving you guys. You're legends.
Australia!
All right, we're moving forward, guys. We're getting pretty close to Parliament House. I'll check it on the maps. Hey, someone's lost this. I know. If you can, I can't hold it while I'm streaming.
No.
If you can get it to someone on the stage, they can do what they did with the phone. You know how they said, someone's lost their phone. Yeah. Maybe they can do a similar thing for this.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, brother. I can't do it while I'm streaming. It's too much.
All good.
You're a legend. So good to have so many familiar faces from around the different states just to help out,
100%.
All right, guys, we're getting close. I'm going to pull up the maps. So we can see how far we are. We're getting pretty close. We're about 15 minutes till 11. That's when Graham Hood's going to be reading out our constitutional piece. A lot of patriots. The deplorables are here. That's what the parliamentarians would say. All right, guys, we're going to see. Yeah. Oh, good on you guys. I'm gonna move to the front. All right, guys. There's still. Left. I think it's straight. Hey, you want the Dylan? Is it left or straight?
Is it left or straight, Michael? Oh, I'll trust that.
I don't know.
You know? You good?
Alright, good. I just happen to have the map out, guys. I'm not coordinating. I just happen to have the map out. Relax. I have the mainstream media. They'll be like, Joel's done this. I don't do this. I'm just here to cover. Just here to cover the protest. Just want to say thank you everyone that donated the last time. You covered my fuel for this trip and the last trip. I really appreciate it. So there's no donate link this week. I'm standing here with some fireys, absolute legends. Graham Hoods. Hey brother, good to see you, man. Hey, let me shake your hand. It's good to see you, man. Absolute pleasure.
Hey Australia, we got this.
We've seen a lot of people from around the country. Where have you guys come from?
I come from Canberra, near Bathurst.
Oh wow, a bit cold out there, huh?
Yeah.
Bathurst is. I've only been there a couple of times.
Cold in winter.
Yeah. Oh jeez. That's a bit of a drive. I met one guy who came from Cairns today.
Oh wow.
And I was like, wow. I hope you're setting up for a few days, mate.
Yeah.
He'll be for a couple of weeks. Legends, absolute legends. It's good, guys. There's not too much sun out there. The other day it was pretty hot. A lot of people got burnt. It's always interesting to see the good organisers. They usually hand out water bottles and sunscreen to make sure the kids and the families don't collapse. Obviously, I haven't seen many incidents though. I've got to be honest with you guys. You've got to strap in for a bit. We've still got about 2 or 3 Ks left. They haven't even crossed the bridge yet.
I tell you what, Joel, it's bittersweet coming back to the place where I grew up.
Oh wow, is that right?
18 years, went to school in Canberra, come back here, and the Canberra people are sadly asleep.
Absolutely.
A lot of people in the ACT need to wake up. We've got children to protect. I worked 20 years as a fireman, now all of a sudden my service is no longer required because I won't take an experimental medical procedure that's got risks. I'll back my own natural immunity every day of the week.
What was your name again?
Steve.
Steve, what would you do if we had a serious bushfire season like we saw in the 2019-2020 summer? What would you do if they were restricting you from being vaccinated? Would you just go and work anyway? What would you do?
Look, I tell you what, Joel, I mean, our whole mantra is to protect and look after the community. That's what we're trained to do. That's what we want to do. And the reality is, because of their ridiculous restrictions to mandate a vaccine that we know doesn't work anymore, we have to stand down. But yeah, definitely, if someone's in danger, we're still going to help. It's in our DNA to do that.
Right.
But the reality is, the government and the fire departments, they make all this stuff up as they go along.
Yeah.
We all know that. Once upon a time, well, you can't work unless you're vaccinated because that will stop the spread.
Yeah.
And now we've got every man and his dog vaccinated, still spreading the virus.
Yeah.
So my doubt, there's a big bushfire, they'll change the rules again.
Yeah.
And they'll say, oh look, if you've got COVID, doesn't matter.
Right.
Come in and we'll work.
Looks
Either
like
way, what's happening is wrong and we've got to stand up for
when
it.
he gets to the front. Yeah, we'll get out of your way. Sorry, brother.
How you going, bro?
Yeah, good, brother. Good to see you. All right, guys, I'm going to get to the front so you can see the full size of this. We don't have trees covering anymore, so you can actually see almost the full. Hey, brother. Good to see you, man. We can almost see the full extent of the crowd, but a lot of people are still at Old Parliament House. Let's check it out.
We need the Cossack. Where's the Cossack?
There you go, guys. You can see the full extent just there. A lot of people. A lot of people. This is not 2,000 people. This is a lot more. The mainstream media on Monday reported it was hundreds. It's not hundreds. There's a lot of people here. I'm not going to lie about the amount of people here, guys. This is tens of thousands of people.
Only a thousand. Only a thousand.
Yeah, 3,500 bullheads. It's all right, guys. We're getting close. We're still about to. Oh yeah, 200 or 300. Yeah. They'll wait till we go home. They'll wait till you go home, then they'll turn the cameras on. All right, guys. We're looking at about 2 or 3 k's out from Old Parliament House. There's a big crowd waiting there. They're with Hoodie and at 11 o'clock they're scheduled to start a constitutional speech written by Rod Carleton, and Graham Hood will be reading it. It's going to be very interesting to see exactly. Stop, fellas. Stick with the banners. Lot of
Street's pretty full.
It is. There you go, guys. There's a full extent. There's a full extent of the crowd. Absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. People having a break now, taking it easy. There's a lot of people here, a lot of elderly. This is a mixed crowd, as you can see. They wouldn't be taking a break if it was all young hooligans. There's a mixed bunch. There's kids. There's prams. There's the elderly. Give us a wave, everyone. Give us a cheer. There's 3,000 people watching. That's how many people there are. That's how many people there are. Sorry, brother. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. The amount of people here is insane.
That COVID-19 means no COVID-19.
Where's the other part of the banner?
It's behind. All right, guys. All right, guys. I'm going to move out of the way. Lot of cameramen on the hill. A lot of people here, absolutely insane. Give this a share, get it out there. We've got to beat the mainstream media to let everyone know what's going on here in Canberra. The world needs to know what's happening. If you're overseas, give it a share. It really helps us put our parliamentarians to shame because of what they're doing. On an international scale, there is no leadership from the Prime Minister, which is what a lot of people are saying today. It's not my opinion, but I do agree with it.
Thank you.
No worries. All right, guys, check out how big this is. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy.
They're still coming around the corner from the
well,
we had a whole crowd up there. We had to send them that way. We couldn't fit them all.
Exactly. People in their vehicles still. People streaming in.
The whole day
and guys,
be massive,
absolutely, it's gonna be crazy.
We got this, man.
It's gonna be good. The big aim we're seeing, guys, is the push by people like Graham Hood. They've articulated that they don't want to see jabs for the kids. As of the 10th, the TGA said, yep, you can start rolling out, even though the trials aren't done for the kids. It's absolutely insane seeing what's going on with the mandatory masking in schools. They say the medical system's being overridden. There's too many people flooding it, yet they keep people like John Lada out from the system. Why don't they let people return back to work? A lot of people are asking these sorts of questions to alleviate the system. The healthcare system is really under strain. Now, the people that I'm seeing here right now, they're from all nationalities, all states, all ages, all religions. You don't see this very often, do you, Superman?
There's no Marvel here, it's just DC today. I'll have this worked out just after lunch.
You'll let this work out just after lunch?
Just after lunch I'll have this worked out.
Yeah.
Everybody showing a bit of support, then I'll go up and I'll get this sorted, guys.
Am I the only one wondering where's Batman, guys? That's how bad things are getting.
Batman wears a mask. We can't wear masks. We've got no reason to hide our faces, you know. We're proud of what we're trying to achieve here. Freedom for everyone. Not just for us, everyone.
Guys, we're on the move again. Where we'll see, hopefully people get behind the banners. It looks like I can barely get a shot of the banners right now. A lot of streamers at the front.
Everyone's had enough. 2 years is enough. More than enough.
All right, guys, we're on the move again. We're on the move. That's Michael Sims. He's streaming to Instagram. He's getting the word out there. We've got almost 4,000 people listening live right now. It's a shame we couldn't have you here, but many of you are overseas. Oh, sorry, brother. Sorry. Hey, brother, how are you? What's your name?
Darren.
Nice to meet you, Darren. Where are you from?
Mornington.
Where's that?
Mornington.
Victoria?
Peninsula.
Oh, good to see you, man. 6 hour drive. That's a bit longer, actually. 8 hours. All right.
Come by Gippsland and pick up a few people.
That's pretty far, but I met a guy today, drove from Cairns.
Cairns?
Absolutely crazy.
Wow.
Absolutely crazy.
Awesome.
A lot of mothers here. My pleasure. A lot of mothers here, guys. The crowd's still going. We've still got about... Let me know how the audio is, guys. We've still got about 1 or 2 Ks left. Maybe 3. We've still got to cross the water to Old Parliament House at 11. And then they're going to be heading to New Parliament House and doing some more activism there. We'll see what they've got planned. But the police presence is supposedly very heavy, but to that the Victorians just laugh.
Everybody slow the pace down. Slow it down, guys. Slow it down. We're going too fast. Everybody just calm down.
That's Tricky from Queensland. Tricky's one of the main Queensland organisers. Tricky, how are you? Tricky's one of the main organisers in Queensland. He's come from Queensland with a big convoy. Those are his banners. Look at the size of it, guys. Look at the absolute size of it. It's amazing. Now remember, guys, this isn't the show yet. They're just on the way to the show. There's a lot of speeches at... Actually, there's a few speeches, not too many, at Old Parliament House. They're going to be reading out a constitutional thing written by Rod Carleton. It's always interesting walking at the front of these. A lot of people want to... Hey, how are you? Good to see you. It's always interesting walking at the front of these because everyone wants to stream it.
Hey, matey. You know
Good.
we need to get him in.
Oh, wow, he's from Victoria. The absolute legend from Victoria. It's good to see you, sir. There's 4,000 people listening live, and I do believe they salute you. Thank you for your service.
Welcome.
Absolute legends. Hey, fellas.
Are you live streaming?
Sorry?
Live streaming.
Yeah, there's 4,000 people listening live right now.
Your heart's over ours, mate.
Absolutely. Just here to cover the truth, man. Thousands of people.
Everybody's on active service.
Everyone's on active service today. Guys, I'm gonna get an interview right now. I don't want to puff him too much. He's got a walker, but this is amazing. This is a lot of people. What's your message to the parliamentarians who are starting this week on the 8th, and the Scott Morrison specifically?
Listen to the people. We are in the majority. That's all I'm saying. We are in a majority.
Are you happy with what's going on with the jabs with the kids?
No, death injection, very, very bad for kids. We're gonna annihilate this country's growth by killing the kids.
By the sounds of it, you're from South Africa. What are you worried about coming to Australia?
Communism, socialism.
I think it's going to be interesting, guys, to see the broad range of people here. I've seen Serbians, I've seen other Europeans that have been from communist countries. There's a lot of patriots here standing alongside ANZAC, former ANZAC soldiers, and once an ANZAC, always an ANZAC, and they are saying we're all servicemen today. That's what this ANZAC said. So let's see what ends up happening. It's going to be absolutely interesting. When we stop, I might get an interview with the ANZAC soldier from the past, who we owe a lot of things to, including our freedom and freedom of speech. But right now, it seems as though that's under assault. A lot of servicemen and women marching to be at the front, as requested by Graham Hood, who has a few things planned today. We're on our way to Old Parliament House, and we'll see exactly what ends up happening. Sorry, I'll just excuse me, mate. Sorry, don't mean to barge. We've got a few people staying here in Canberra for the next few weeks. Parliament sits from the 8th to the 10th this week.
Slow it down. Don't go so fast. We're not on a route march. We're just on a nice paddle here.
You want to take your time and make the point, I'd assume.
That's it. That's what we have to do.
Right. Look at that. That's the real question. That's the real question. What's your excuse? That's the real question, isn't it?
That's it.
Alright guys, I'm going to stand behind the diggers because I think too many people are I think a lot of people are marching to the front right now. We're all going to try and get behind the diggers so that as per the organisers, they're making sure that we're behind it. Give it a share, guys, get it out there.
Stop!
What's going on here? Someone down?
Photos.
More photos, guys. Just hang in there. All right. Guys, as I said, thousands of people here, probably tens of thousands. I think that what's going on is we're going to see a situation where they get to Old Parliament House and make some speeches at 11, and then at 2 o'clock they're going to go to New Parliament House. I think that the Parliament is sitting both in the lower house and the Senate this week from the 8th to the 10th. That's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I think they've got a lot of things planned here. Possibly some parliamentarians may speak to the people, some of the good ones anyway. And yeah, we'll see what's going on. There's a couple of guys helping This is going to be interesting. All right, guys. Let's see what happens. They're just waiting right now. Give this a share. Take a moment to give it a share. You're not missing the main show right now, so give this a share. Get some popcorn. If you're overseas, if you can't make it, as you can see, that's Parliament over there. We've got a clear view now. We're about to cross the bridge, and it's going to be interesting to see how things go. All right, guys. I might give you all an update just on why people have said they're coming here. All right. To give you guys an update, at about 10 o'clock, people in Canberra, they met here from around the country, around the continent. they're here for a number of different reasons. This originally started with the Canadian convoy, and what ended up happening was it started in Canada, and the Australians were really inspired, and so were the Americans, and so were the New Zealanders. Now it's grown over a week. It's grown to tens of thousands of people heading to Parliament in Canberra right now, and they're very upset. Why are they here? Well, a lot of people have different reasons for being here. Some said they want to see Parliament dissolve. Others, more moderate people, have said, like Graham Hood, Captain Graham Hood, who you've often seen, he said he has 5 demands. And I think they went a bit like this. No jabs for the kids. The mandates for kids, there should be no mandates for kids, he said. And he said that we want to see a situation where there are, the kids are not jabbed, especially while the trial phase is on. The other thing is he said no mask mandates for kids in the schools. Also, he said people should be able to return back to their jobs, to their work. And he also made the point that we deserve free travel across the borders. Hey, brother, look here. We've got one of the managers for Graham Hood's page, Michael from Cafe Lockout.
How you going?
Mate, you've been doing a phenomenal job.
It's been a bit of fun
covering everything. How are you going energy-wise? So, Michael's from Victoria.
Last week, because it's legal here, some people gave me a load of marijuana and we slept like a baby. And what we intend to do today is to smoke it, and when the police come, get downwind and blow it that way so they can chill out.
Don't try this at home, kids. Don't try this at home. So it's no longer a PG stream. No, it's good to see you too, man. You've been doing a phenomenal job, seriously.
Thank you.
The amount of stories, the recaps, covering the police brutality, it's been absolutely crazy. And just what's it like now to see tens of thousands of people here?
Well, do you know, let's talk about the police brutality. They actually do us a favour, because every time they crush one of us, they create 10.
Yeah, it seems like it's
and that's it. And you can't stop us with the violence. You can't do it. So give up. We're coming. We've been surfing a wave of tyranny. This is a tsunami of change.
They said they're
bringing freedom. We're coming.
They said they're bringing a heavy police presence. As a Victorian, did you laugh at that?
Yeah, we're sort of used to it.
You are.
But they just harden us.
Yeah, they do.
And they don't realise how much the human spirit wants freedom. They don't get it. You know.
I feel like as you said, it's a bit of the Hydra problem when they assault people and push old ladies over, like we've seen a couple times this week. Cars being towed.
The old man pepper sprayed. I interviewed him.
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah.
So pepper sprayed an old man. He's 73, and so they're doing this. So we don't have any respect. They're standing in front of us, but we got no respect for you.
Yeah. And now we're seeing the numbers absolutely flood. Yeah. So their tactics aren't really working
at all. They're working the opposite way.
All right. So we're not encouraging police violence, but it looks like it's helping a lot of people here get the word out even further.
Well, it's mass non-compliance, but that also means we don't go backwards.
Yeah.
And we've never gone backwards. They created this.
Yeah.
We're a product of them.
Yeah.
They tried to take our freedom. They thought we'd be a walkover.
Yeah.
Here we are.
There you go.
And it's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger until we got the majority here.
Yeah. It seems as though a lot more moderate people have taken over the organising now. People like Graham Hood have been articulating the constitutional message, the freedom from the vaccine, and talking about a lot of things that's going on in the schools, the mask mandates.
Yeah.
What do you expect to see today and also during the week as Parliament begins to sit?
What I think this week is about it could be the death knell for mainstream media, because if they can't cover this for what it is, people are going to. There's so much independent like this. People are going to go, no, I'm going with the indies. And so it's huge change happening now, and I think what will happen now is, like, we were in the camp last night. The camp was extraordinary. The counterculture is already here.
Yeah,
we're not wearing masks. We're no longer frightened. We're sick of the fear. We come together. We organise organically. We sort out our problems. And we all head in the one direction, which is to freedom.
Excellent.
And here's where we are.
Excellent. Well, let's see what happens today, guys. I'm sure there'll be a few standoffs with police.
Yeah.
And I think they've got a few things planned for that. Peaceful protests.
That they might back down today, because they're telling us we're not allowed to have flags. We're not allowed to have writing on our T-shirts. And so what's that law?
What's that law? Where'd that come from?
Where'd that come from?
This is Australia.
and I think we just got to say that, listen, you're pashing up old ladies. There's some old ladies. Why don't you go do them and let us walk to Parliament? Come on.
Yeah.
We shame them now into it.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but they've lost their moral authority because of that.
They really have, and it comes at a time which couldn't be worse for the Prime Minister. I've been keeping track of the civil war going on in the Liberal Party. Texts being leaked, branches fighting over pre-selections for the election.
Yeah.
You know, the Prime Minister's losing donors. A lot of the business donors who were formerly donated to the Liberal Party, they're pulling out. They're saying we're not interested, and that was before this week. The Prime Minister also had news poll come out early last week saying that his polling is actually worse than the bushfires, which is really saying when he was in Hawaii. And so this couldn't have come at a worse time for the Prime Minister in terms of leadership. And I think a lot of people, including Graham, have said we need new leadership. So we'll see if Peter Dutton challenges him and if the Liberal Party try to make a change before the federal election in May.
What's interesting is the project actually called us freedom fighters last night and not anti-vaxxers.
Oh,
and
wow.
I think Channel 10 is suddenly realising they've got more ratings by going with us than against us.
Yeah.
That's a huge moment in history.
Yeah.
Or they realise they can't market this and make us look bad.
Yeah.
You know, so
I think it's a bit of that, but also I think from their angle, and this is just what I'm saying, I think that they also see it as an opportunity to get rid of Scott Morrison without an election.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you're really seeing their green agenda come out, their lefty agenda coming out. Big fan of the people here, guys. Michael's been here all week. I don't know how he's been sleeping in the cars. He's been sleeping around. He's been doing an absolutely legendary job. Everyone around here knows. Nice. Thanks for that, guys. As I said, this couldn't have come at a worse time for the Prime Minister. He's seriously in a terrible situation where he can't control his own party. Texts are being leaked from his Deputy Prime Minister. Texts are being leaked from the Deputy Prime Minister, Barnaby Joyce, and also former Premier Gladys Berejiklian, who used to be Scott Morrison's closest ally. Texts from her also leaked. Scott Morrison's polling from the recent news poll a week ago absolutely decimates him to the point that it's looking like it's worse than the bushfires. So things are really, the walls are closing in on Scott Morrison. And the thing with these protests is they're actually locking Scott Morrison in so that he can't even change the narrative. So it's very fascinating to see what's going on. As Michael said, the alternative media are covering this. Get it out there. I'm going to show you the crowd again. And we're almost at Parliament House. We're just Old Parliament House. We're just crossing the river one more time and then we'll be there. But when we get there, speeches from Graham Hood. Give this a share. Take this chance to get a beer if you can't make it. A lot of supporters here, guys. A lot of supporters. That is very, very cute. Size doesn't matter, guys. A lot of cars trying to get through. Now, these will be the last cars that get through. Big truck has made its way to the front. I didn't see that before, but now we're going to keep the camera on what's going on. That truck's probably going to lead the way. I don't know if they had a permit for this, so this is going to be very interesting to see the police have the numbers to stop a massive crowd of tens of thousands of people. This is going to be absolutely amazing. Again, guys, I came out here because I talked to Rukshan yesterday. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it. I said I'll cover for today. He'll be back on Tuesday, and maybe I'll be here too. But give this stream a share, get it out there, especially if you're overseas. The world needs to see what's going on. It's not just one truck, guys, there's a few trucks. There's at least 3 trucks. There you go, guys. A lot of people. A lot of people, guys. Look at that. Look at that. A lot of people, guys. A lot of people. Absolutely insane. Amazing. Get this out, guys. Absolutely amazing. Hey, brother. Good to see ya. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. A lot of people, guys. This is one of the biggest protests
In the world it's gonna be.
Everyone's catching up now. The truck's carefully moving through so no one gets hurt. ANZAC soldiers are here. Mothers are here. Looks like police are finally catching up. They might end up doing a roadblock and not letting people through. We're getting very close to Parliament House now. You can see it in the distance there. I'll just zoom in. We've got to cross these bridges and get there and see what police have in store for these tens of thousands of people arriving there. I think people like Graham Hood are going to be in for a rude awakening to see how many people have actually come from across the continent to support the message that he has articulated. Absolutely crazy, guys, absolutely crazy. So many people. Many people, guys. You can't see how big this is. It's absolutely huge. I wish I could put a live stream on a drone so you can see how big this is. I hope there's some drones around. Hey, brother. Absolutely amazing how many people are here. We've got 4,300 people listening now. Give this a share, get it out there. The world's got to see what's going on. The mainstream media will not show you. The mainstream media will not show you 4 hours of unedited live stream. They'll show you 30 seconds. What we saw on Monday was the mainstream media get some of the craziest people that rock up, and every protest has some crazy people, but they grabbed them and they only showed them. They didn't get a good cross-section of the crowd of over 2,000 people that were there. Today we see tens of thousands, and we don't even know how many people are waiting at Old Parliament House. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Amazing.
We are freedom!
Crazy.
We are freedom! We're taking it back!
There you go, guys. We're getting close. A lot of patriots waiting at the bridge there. I'm already starting to lose my voice, which is great.
We are the people's revolution. For the people, by the people.
All right, guys. Let's see what the police have in store for this convoy, this march to Parliament House. As you can see, we're getting close. Hey, brother. How are you?
Mate. I was the young man from Breadbar. I was telling you about, when we were talking on the internet about the crypto.
Oh!
That was me.
Did you email me?
You remember that? And you're saying, I don't do involved in crypto.
Yeah.
And you said, thanks for the donations.
Oh, mate.
That was me and my wife.
Thank you so much. No. Thank you so much. Honestly, you are funding this because I don't have any links up anymore. You thank you so much. You're an absolute legend. I won't get you on camera, otherwise I come after you. Honestly, you have kept me going like you wouldn't believe over the last few months. You're an absolute legend. Hey, how are you? This is my bodyguard, guys, from the 27th of November, right? When I almost passed out. That was a good day. Yeah.
Don't get upset for what I said, eh?
No, hey,
it's been cheeky.
We're here for the kids. Hey, we're here for the kids. It's good to see Romeo too.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I think Scott Morrison's crapping his pants right now. There's tens of thousands of people. They're about to head in. It's going to be amazing to see what's going on. All right, I'm going to try and get behind the peacemakers. Do you guys mind if I go past? Sure. Cheers, fellas. All right, guys, I'm going to try and run in front because I don't want the Look how many people, guys. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Look how many people there are. Wow. All right, now's the time. Now's the time. We need 4,500 shares right now. There's 4,500 people listening. Give it a share. Get it out there. We're about to have speeches from Graham Hood at Old Parliament House. People are annoyed. They are really annoyed with the parliamentarians, with the Prime Minister, and they can't wait to send a message. They can't wait till the election in May. They're here. They've come from across the continent to say no to the jabs against kids, say no to lockdowns ever again, say no to the mandates. They don't want to see any of this return. To say no to the mask mandates for kids in schools, to allow people to return back to work and to travel across the borders in this continent. We have to see the constitutional rights returned. These are all things that Graham has articulated, and we're about to see them now as he reads a speech. It's good to see you, brother. It's good to see you, brother. They're not my points. These are Graham Hood's points. He's an absolute legend.
Brilliant.
Do you want to say hi to everyone?
Oh, you on live?
Yeah, well, this is 4,500 people listening, bro.
What's up, my friends? Adam here from South Australia. I cover all the freedom rallies down there in Adelaide, and we normally get 10,000.
Mate, you do pretty well.
15,000 people, and for us, our little small city, that's amazing.
One of the few people that has a following down there, and is doing a really good job at getting it out and doing a really good quality job with the actual videos. It's good to see you, brother.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
My pleasure, man.
Have a great rest of the rally.
Yeah, you too. You too.
Calm down, my friends.
Stick with Graham. That's where all the stuff's happening.
Beautiful. I love you.
That's my pleasure, brother. That's my pleasure, brother. All right, guys, about to be sprayed, but that's okay because I'm getting a little bit hot. Ready? They're spraying us with COVID. This is great. I'm getting smashed, guys. All right, I think there might be a stampede at this point because there's a bit of water spraying everyone just over there. The river spitting it out. Good to see you, brother. A little bit soaked on the jacket, but this is the protest jacket. No worries. It's seen worse. All right, guys, it's going to be an interesting day. We're almost at 5,000 viewers, guys. Give it a share. Get it out there if you're new. We're in Canberra. People are very annoyed. They can't wait till the election. They want to send a message. They've come from across the continent to say no. They're upset. People are upset.
Think the election will fix it?
I think they might roll Scott Morrison, guys. This is getting serious. This is getting absolutely serious. I'm seeing familiar faces from around the country. I've been to Queensland, I've been to obviously New South Wales, been to Victoria. I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces here and people online from around the country. Oh my gosh, look at this. Sorry, give me a sec. Look at this. Look at that. Oh my God. Turn around, look at that. That's a lot of people. That's not even the whole crowd. A lot of people are at Old Parliament House with Graham Hood waiting for us. A lot of people are still in their vehicles. Guys, I think you can just see the end of it, but this is a wide road. There's tens of thousands of people here. The mainstream media, I can't see them right now. They won't share the truth. It's not 200, it's tens of thousands, possibly over 100,000. We'll see with the drone footage.
There's only 5 people here, man.
Yeah, it's just a handful, just 3,500 buffheads, right?
Anyone here?
Yeah.
30! White supremacists, don't know that.
Yeah, I know, right? These eyebrows don't lie.
How many did you say?
I said tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands. I was saying the mainstream media say 3,500 buffheads, like they did in Sydney.
I thought that's what you said. You
must
be mainstream.
I'm vaccinated. I'm unvaccinated, brother. Unvaccinated. All right, guys, we're getting close. We're almost crossed the bridge. I think now this is important to know. To you 5,000 that are listening, this is important to know. Parliament isn't sitting obviously on a weekend. Parliament will be sitting from the 8th to the 10th this week, and then they'll come back next week. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it seems like Graham Hood has things planned along with John Marder and other organisers, and they're here to inject and burst the bubble. That's what I've been told. They have a list of demands. We're about to hear some of them from the man himself, former Captain Graham Hood of Qantas. and it's going to be absolutely interesting to see what's going on. Give it a share, guys, if you haven't already, to you 5,000 listening. We need to make sure that the truth gets out there, because the mainstream media will only show 30 seconds. Now I just want to make it clear, guys. We don't know what we're going into with the police. We've been told there's a heavier police presence, but we won't know till we get there. Now, just so you know, I'm walking in with a media pass. That's the media pass, because I want you guys to know that if the police come after me, it's clearly visible. Now, we don't know where we're going in now. I think it would be smart for police to stand down and allow peaceful protests to occur, but who knows what they've got planned or what orders they've been given from above. We'll see exactly what's going on. We've still got a few trucks with us. They're riding in the middle. We got the banners still going, and it's absolutely crazy to see how many people have rocked up from around Australia. Oh, this is amazing. All right, I'm going to show you the front now, guys. Oh, I better get up the front. Good, yourself? All right, guys. Hey, how are you?
We appreciate your work. Thank you.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
I see your conflicts and I appreciate it, brother.
Oh, you do?
Well done.
I was trying to find these forever. I had the Aussie ones, and I couldn't find these ones.
Today, the day that you wore those. Thank you.
Yeah.
You've been wearing clothes on, mate.
That's mate. When the police ramped up their presence, I thought, oh, well, this confuses them. The suit.
Dress well before you go to jail.
No, the suit confuses them. They're like, is he mainstream or not? And see, because you guys know who I am, but these guys, they're like, hang on, he's wearing a suit. No, it's my pleasure. I'm here to serve you guys. Unfortunately, Rukshan couldn't make it today, so I wanted to make sure that we covered it. 5,200 people listening, guys. Yes. People are starting to sing "We Are One." I'm hoping we see Graham sing at some point today. There you go, there's a view of everything. I hope the audio is good. There's no donate link today because people from the last time on Monday donated to cover fuel. Thank you again for the lapel mics in the past. I think the quality is a lot better than my AirPods. We're getting very close to Canberra, guys. I'll show you the other side now. That's the flag on top of Parliament House. That's New Parliament House. Somewhere over there is Old Parliament House. That's where we're heading. Cars are beeping in support of us. I say us as in the this march to Parliament House. There you go, guys. There's a view for you. We're getting very close, guys. Hang in there. We're almost at Old Parliament House. While you're waiting, put the stream down. If you couldn't make it, grab some popcorn, grab a beer, give this a share so the rest of Australians and the rest of the world can see it. This is about sending a message. Hey brother, how are you?
Yeah,
good to see you.
Yeah,
good to see you out here. Where'd you come from?
Sydney.
Sydney. Oh jeez. Did you leave? Did you come from today or?
No, yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah,
oh, good on you. How long are you staying?
Park. Home tomorrow and then back on Wednesday.
Oh, back on Wednesday. Yeah. I'll be back on Tuesday. I think they've got a few presents planned for the Prime Minister when they're sitting. Yeah, the 8th, the 9th, and 10th. So you'll be coming
Tuesday,
on the 9th then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this will be interesting on Tuesday. They might even have some of the good MPs that have voted against vaccine passports speaking in front. So many people, man. So many. This is amazing. Hey, brother, sorry, didn't get to say hi the other day. Have you been here since Monday?
Been here since Monday.
Oh, good on you, man. Stay here till Tuesday at least. They got some stuff planned. I'll be.
Take this country back today.
How's the fishing been anyway?
The fishing's been alright. A few carp. I'll catch a few.
All right, guys. Let's see what's. We're almost there, guys. A lot of cars parked here. We're getting close to Old Parliament House. We're near some of the. We're probably about maybe 10 minutes away. We are a little bit behind schedule as set by the organisers. I think they were hoping to have the whole crowd there by 11. It's more like probably 11:30 now. Yeah, 11:28 now. Probably should have brought some water, but that's all right. I didn't realise it was a 5K walk. I should have looked at that. Let's see. We got some hecklers. Oh, okay. We're seeing the civil people in Canberra heckle the freedom fighters. It's going to be interesting to see that guy on Australia Day saying freedom, 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 ANZACs, we respect that, but he's heckling these freedom fighters. It's going to be very fascinating. Alright guys, I'm going to give you a view of the crowd. There you go.
Everyone's coming to Canberra.
There you go, that's the size of it, guys. A lot of flags, a lot of people coming up over the bridge, but you can't see them all.
No more mandates! No more mandates!
A lot of people.
No more mandates! No more mandates! Save our children! Save our children!
Alright, I'm going to move away from the bikes so you don't blast your ears. Hey brother, good to see you again.
Freedom! Now!
Alright, we're getting close, guys.
Now! Freedom! Now!
Long walk, but we didn't know what, the organisers didn't know what was going on. Sorry, give me a sec. So many mics. So many mics. Sorry, give me a sec, guys. I gotta run. All right. Looks like they're gonna take a break, guys. We're getting close. I might keep going so we get there and see what we're looking at, how many people are there versus here, and we'll see how it goes. These people are just going to keep marching. I'm going to follow the music. I'm going to follow the music to see where the crowd is. Give me a sec. 5,000 people listening live. Give this a share. Get a beer. Grab some popcorn. It's a shame you all couldn't be here. It looks like there's tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands here. I hope someone has a drone, but I doubt that would be easy considering the permits you need. That's a lot of people, guys. Guys, that's a lot of people. And I'll show you what I'm looking at. You won't be able to see as far, but there's a lot of people here. Look at that. Look at that. I'm going to try and zoom in, but the quality's going to go bad. Absolutely insane. Those little, in between the trees into the distance there. That's how far it goes, but it goes even further. Give this a share, guys. Keep getting it out. These guys are going to keep going. I'm just going to look at the. No, I'm all good, thank you. Oh no, it's all right. I have to be mobile. Do you know where Old Parliament House? Oh, there it is. It's on our left.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to
So we going where the sovereign.
That's right.
That's where I need
Guys,
to go.
just to update you, we're going to be heading to Old Parliament House. I'm going to keep marching there so we see what's over there. These people are going to keep marching there, and they're just taking a break. There's a lot of old people. There's a lot of people. I saw the former ANZAC, not the former ANZAC soldier. You're always an ANZAC soldier. I saw the Anzac soldier from Victoria, who we've seen around the country. I forgot his name. Absolute legend. He was there on. There's that famous photo of him on the fence on, I think, Anzac Day, where he couldn't do the military parade anymore. Because of COVID. So that's happening. But he's here and he's got one of those walker things to assist him, and so he's going to be a bit slow. And we don't go. They were saying we don't go faster than the slowest person. So I don't. I'm here. Yeah. I'm hearing the music over there, guys. I'm seeing some cops over there. It looks like the protesters behind me are on the march behind me. Over there, you've got New Parliament House, and over there, to my left, we've got Old Parliament House. So, Old Parliament House, they're going to first. They got Graham Hood there. They're going to do a few speeches there, and then they're going to head to New Parliament House, and they've got something else planned there. It's all peaceful protest, and they've got a lot more of a peaceful approach rather than some of the other people this week who were actually arrested. But we'll see what happens. Just want to give you guys some context so we know exactly what's up. The people are still coming down. Bear with me, put the stream down, go grab something to eat, come back. We're about to get started. In maybe about 10-20 minutes, we're going to have the crowd outside Old Parliament House, and they're going to do some speeches there. So we'll see exactly what's going on. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. I'm not seeing a lot of cops. It looks like they've blocked the road going up to Parliament. As you can see, they blocked the road. As you can see, they blocked the road going into Parliament. And so that's New Parliament. Old Parliament's somewhere over there, which is where we're going to head. I'm not sure where they're going to turn left. I'll probably turn left here. And then from there, they're going to probably turn left here. And it'll be interesting to see everything that's going on. Oh wow, they caught up. Looks like they've caught up, guys. A little bit sore already. Rukshan, I don't know how you do this, mate. You did some 5 to 8 hour streams, I remember, last year. Absolute legend. Rukshan will be back on Tuesday, but he couldn't be here today, so I thought I'd come and do the stream. So I came from Melbourne this morning. Alright, I don't want to go left because I know people will follow me like they've done in the past. I'm going to wait to see what the peacemakers do. And it's because I'm not an organizer, guys. I'm just here to cover it. We'll see what they do. Yeah, I want to be careful because sometimes the media leads people a certain way. Let's see what they do. Let's see where the leaders are. Looks like they're stopping. Looks like they're stopping. All right. Looks like they're going to go left. Did they say left and left?
They say left and left, and we follow the road around.
Right. It was left. I actually thought it'd be left and right. Sorry? I think you can go either way because the park joins. Yeah. Oh, I guess so. Hey, Mark. A lot of people. I hope there's someone here with the drone up there. It'll be a bit difficult around the government buildings, but it'd be amazing to see the size of the crowd, guys. It looks like a lot of people are cutting across the grass now. Yeah, we should have. It's just a bit harder now because now you've got all the banners behind. We'll see what happens, guys. Do we know if there's any drones up covering this?
It's illegal here.
Okay.
But if there is, it's probably cop drones.
It'd be good to have a scope of the crowd, guys. I originally thought there'd be tens of thousands. I think there might quite possibly be hundreds of thousands. we'll see once we get to the park and we see who's already there at Old Parliament House. I'm going to try and get there so we get to the stage and we can see Graham Hood and his speech.
Are you going up on stage?
Yeah, I remember seeing it. They're trying to take it over. They're not going to.
All right, guys, we're coming across the police. It looks like police have done a block on the road. They're going to try and stop people. What people should probably do, like I've seen in the past, is slow down and then they get there and then the police move. Now remember, I'm just media here, guys. I'm not an organizer. It'd be good to see the peacemakers hold the line.
We've lost the peacemakers. Oh, there's a couple there. Yeah, hold it here, hold it here.
All right, guys, I'm not an organizer. Please keep that in mind. I've got a media pass here. We're getting close to the police. And
hold it, guys, hold it.
It looks like they might try and stop the trucks and the people.
No, they're not. This is
But-
all organised. We're going through. You guys need to keep away from the
I'm gonna.
Do not engage. Keep walking.
No. Hey. Get them to stop.
All right, stop.
Yeah. Like in Victoria. The crowd's plumping up, guys. It's getting pretty big. I'm going to pass through because I've got a media pass, but we'll see what the police do with the crowd. The crowd's going to pass through. I think they're going to try and stop the trucks.
That's their issue. Trucks, okay, let's get the people. Trucks can deal with themselves.
They can try and stop the trucks, but the people are here. The people are passing through. If I was the police, I'd probably move.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk
No, don't. The peacemakers are the intermediaries.
Well, I've always been a police liaison officer with the let them go. Right,
if I was the police, I'd probably move. There's tens of thousands of people coming, possibly hundreds of thousands. There's also trucks coming.
Tens of thousands.
And I think that what's going on is the people are being allowed through, which is a big win because there's just not enough police. If I was the police, I would move because there's a lot of angry people here and they don't want to be blocked. The police have no backup, but a lot of people are shaking the hands of the police officer. I can see, you can't see, they're shaking him. They're letting people through. We're getting close to the original crowd, guys. I'm going to try and pick up the pace so we see how big our crowd was coming from Glebe Park and how big Graham's crowd is, which is quite big already. Guys, give this a share. We're about to get underway very soon. Give this a share, guys. We're getting underway very, very soon. The police have let people through as they should, and we'll see what happens when we get there. There's a big crowd with Graham Hood. This is Old Parliament House. They're doing some speeches, and then they're going to head to New Parliament House up the road there. So let's see what they've got in store. A lot of people are probably really puffed. There's no way they're going to have enough room for everyone. There's just too many people. This is a peaceful protest from what I've seen so far. I haven't seen any violence, and the organisers have said no violence. We condemn any violence. It's not in the spirit of this protest, so we'll see what happens. So we're at Old Parliament House, and then this is the tent embassy over here on my left. I'll show you. So now the protesters behind me are separate to this. We've got the protesters. Hey, how are ya? This is New Parliament House, Old Parliament House, guys. Old Parliament House. This is hey, it's Albalin. Hey, brother.
Say something.
Good to see you, man. We're here, guys, with over 10 to 100,000 people, and we're seeing a situation where people are united behind the message Graham Hood has put out, which is no vaccine passports, free travel across the country, no borders as the Constitution enshrines, ceasing the jab rollout for the actual kids until the trials start. We'll see what happens, and they also want to see people return back to work, especially the paramedics. I'll see you guys later. Look at that, guys. Look how many people are here. This is a completely new crowd. This is a completely new crowd. Hey, brother. This is a completely new crowd. Nice to meet you. Hey, how are you? This is a completely new crowd, guys. In front of Old Parliament House. The police right now are clapping themselves. So many people. So many people. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. This is insane. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, look at that. So many people. I'm sorry, brother. So sorry. See you, brother. Wow. I know. Wow. Is it me? Is it mom and dad? Is it a cockatoo? Are we allowed behind just the police line just up there? Not at all. I can't talk to Superior to get behind, just to get on I can't walk through there. Stand on this little concrete bit here? Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Thanks so much. Alright, guys. I'm asking you. Is it me? You guys have done so well. Good to see you. Very good. Guys, we're here with John Ryder, Graham Hood, and Roland. Right there. Guys, yeah, we have to be on the other side. We have to be on the other side. Yeah. Hey, brother. How are you? Good to see you. It's great. Are you doing speeches from here?
A couple of. There's a couple of things being said here, but the speeches will be more up at the new one.
Yeah, I know. I've been telling people. Graham, how are you? Guys, we have to be careful. We've got to be on the other side of that. We've got to be on the other side. I'm with that officer. We've got to stay on this side. I'm going to keep walking along and covering it. So I'm going to stay up. You good? There's tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands here. Guys. Guys. Evelyn with me. A lot of people. Where are you doing speeches? Like up there or? Yeah, I got it. It's on the street. Sorry? You started the live stream? It's so it's almost 6,000 people. I've got it. I'm staying along here. I was talking to your commander. Did you need did you need a point of contact for crowd control? Okay, good, no worries. No, I was going to. I'm media. I'm just covering along here. I've got a media pass.
Doesn't mean you go wherever you want.
I asked permission. I can go if you want. It's fine.
Just get what you need and then you can back out. Just come in and go out.
Sure. It's a continuous live stream for the speeches. Yeah, we're all good. Their point of contact is Mac, so it should be fine. Yeah, no worries. Oh, she's the crowd control. Sorry?
It's irrelevant.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I think they're gonna do speeches up there. So we'll hop on the other side. Anyway. sorry guys, I gotta Alvin, we've got to hop on the other side. We've got to hop. Yeah, come. Yeah, 6,000 people. Where are you? Run to share your life. Where are you doing the question? I don't even know. There's so many people. Guys, stay on this side. Guys, gotta stay on this side. Stay inside. Good to see you.
There you go, man. You look for someone with a drone?
Yeah.
I got a drone in the car.
Oh, it's illegal. Yeah, it's illegal. Yeah, I wouldn't do it, brother. It'd be nice if you're already getting away with it. Yeah, but it's illegal.
Yeah, I thought if I could snuck down the back down here, but I still reckon they get me.
Hey, how are you? Nice to see you, man. Yeah.
Can I get a photo, please, Joel? Can I get a photo?
Yeah, sure. Nice and quick, guys. I got to mic people up. Guys,
Oh, can we all fit? Hang on. Turn it sideways.
there you go.
Oh, you've got it closer.
All right, I gotta get going, guys. Sorry, I gotta get the speeches. That's why. All right. Excuse me. Guys, I'm gonna try and mic up Graham Hood, who's about to do a speech. I'm gonna turn my mic off. Excuse me.
Hey, Matt.
Where are you guys thinking of doing the speeches? How are you?
I think they're doing the majority of them up the top there. Hoodie wants to have like a remembrance.
Oh, really?
Up there and
Oh, so the speeches aren't happening here. I thought there was going to be a constitutional reading.
I think we're doing the constitutional reading here.
Okay.
And then I don't know what's happening.
No worries. Whoever is, I need to mic them up so that the live stream's
That'll be Hoodie.
going because there's 6,000.
Just mic Hoodie up and you can't go wrong.
Yeah, I'll do that. You can't go wrong. Guys, I'm going to give Hoodie a mic, so stay tuned. They're about to do speeches soon, and we'll go from there. Just hang in there. A lot of people still coming from Glebe Park, but look at the size of the crowd. Sorry about how loud it is. Give me a sec, guys. Give me a sec. Give me a sec, guys. Oh, sorry, Give me a sec, guys. I'm not passing. I'm just putting this down. I'm live. I got 6,000 people on. No, I'm not passing. I'm just putting that down. Give me a sec, guys. Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah. She this officer doesn't want to borrow me. I'm just gonna get the mic out, guys. I'm gonna give this to Graham Hood so that he can actually, we can hear his speeches. I think most of the speeches will be done by him. Sorry about. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, no, it's up to you. I don't mind. I can do my job either way. I'm just putting it down so I can mic someone up. Hey, I'm live, but do you know where Truckie is? No idea. Are we gonna?
We need Truckie and Dale ASAP.
Why's that?
These guys are going to punch on between each other, mate. The trucking camp versus Malt.
Give me a sec, guys. Guys, give us a sec. We're going to get underway. A lot of people still coming from Glebe Park. Give us a second. Oh, so sorry, brother. No worries. Give us a sec, guys. Come here. Where do you guys? You don't leave, Graham. I'm an nice guy, mate. Where do you?
We probably need to do a bit of a recce and find out how many. Nah, you're giving us a fair white people. So there is hundreds of thousands. Oh yeah, where do you guys want to do speeches so that people actually visually see you? Nah, I bring the strength to the knowledge. We had a balance. We need to get back to me. All right. You can do it. You guys can do it. I'm not an organiser. We just try to think and no worries. What's your name? Joel. I'm not an organiser. I'm just covering. We need to talk. Send me an email to Joel_Jammal. Joel_Jammal. So we're just organising right now. 2 M's for 1 M and Jammal. Joel_Jammal. Double M. J-E or J-A? J-E or J-A-J-A-J-E-L? Okay. Tell you what. Alright. Do what you want to do. We'll talk later. Is that cool? We got to win the war. Let's win the war. I need to start this song with what Woody has to say, John has to say, and then once we just do that, we're going to do the people want to know. I wasn't really shown to me last night the whole week. Hey, I've pumped so much shit. And all of a sudden, I got the contract running me, fucking telling me I'm a fucking bullshit artist. Hey? He's a thief. I pumped last You know what?
Guys, give us a sec. We're about to start speeches soon. We're just sorting out logistics. There's no stage. Remember, this is a people's protest. Just hang on a sec.
construction run by the
Guys, stay on this side. Stay on this side. The police will lock up. All right, guys, hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. I'm gonna mic up Woody. Give me a sec. Alvin, I need you to hold this for a second. I need you to hold this. Mac, I need you up there now. Excuse me. Graham, you get up there. I'm getting out. I'm trying to step up. I need to mic Graham up. I need to mic him up. Johnny, put it about here, okay?
What's this for?
Joel.
Now, who's speaking first?
You. Come next to me. This is the best spot.
Who's speaking first?
Me?
Yeah, mate, you have to go on the other side of the tape. So you can drop down and go around.
Okay.
We're talking about standing there. No, mate.
So we've got to stand there.
You've got to stand on this side, you see?
Just hold on because there's still more people coming. They're coming from all over the country. So just please bear with us. We want to wait for them. Alright, we just want to give some room, please.
Can we get everyone off the wall so everyone can see?
Certainly looks like everyone has come to Canberra.
I reckon you come on this side. Just stand there. Because,
am I allowed to?
Yeah. Because the microphone, if you go there, it's going to feed back.
Okay.
See that?
Yeah.
Where we go? Round the back.
Now, what's the order? You speaking first?
He was going to say prayer. He's going to open up with a prayer.
Okay.
Yeah. Am I just witnessing? I haven't got to say anything.
You can G the crowd up.
Oh, I'll G him up.
So what? You going first?
Can we ask guys, please, the guys that are sitting on the speakers, please don't sit on the speakers, guys. If you're on the wall here, just have a seat. Have a seat on the wall. Have a seat on the wall.
Okay, John, maybe come behind me. Here's a kid.
Just look for one person when you get off the speaker.
Have to go around in front of the sign.
Yeah, you can't be in the sign. So where do you want me? So you're going to set me here? I'll lead an opening prayer if you like. You've got to be. I feel like once I've spoken, I'll just step down.
It's Satan. It's Satan.
I don't know if it goes there.
What are we going to do about this sign?
We're going to move in front of it.
We can't move it.
Come in front of it. We'll go this way.
Just watch that wire there, guys.
Come across with you. Once I move out of the way, what do you do?
Hello. Yeah, we're just fighting a battle up here with the idiots, but anyway, everyone wants control. How are you going?
Are you the owner of the PA system?
No, not yet, mate. We'll be right.
Okay, mate. Cheers. Bye. What? How are you, Doc? What's going on?
Alright, Australia, can you hear us? I want to see those flags. Hold those flags up. Now guys, this is the best sound system we could get at such short notice, so I know that there's probably a lot of people that aren't going to be able to hear us. Alright, but they're going to come off. We're just going to start off. We will just ask if everyone could be completely silent. We're going to start off with an opening prayer, and then we will start the official proceedings.
God bless you all. What I've observed here so far is unity. And the God I know, wherever there's unity, he commands a blessing. So today I just want to open up these proceedings. I pray and I thank you, Lord, that the Spirit of God is here. I want to pay firstly respect to the original landowners of this area, the Ngunnawal, the original Aboriginal.
What he should have done is got me to do a welcome as protocol.
Anyway, I just want to pay respect.
Get it right, man. If you're going to pay respect to it, it's Ngunnawal and Ngambri. That's what pay respect to.
God bless you, mate. Thank you.
You let me do it.
Yeah.
Protocol is, as a traditional owner, we do welcome to countries, and other people can do acknowledgement. But because I'm a traditional owner, I'll do a welcome. So this is Ngunnawal Ngambri country, the traditional owners of my people. I want to pay my respects to our elders past, present and emerging, and I thank them for all their continued hard work that they do today. I want to thank your ancestors too, for all the hard work they do. And our ancestors up above us be looking down today, looking, wow, what are we doing here today? They're finally making it happen. We've been trying to unite for over 200 years. For the last 2 years, it has really opened our eyes what real Australians should be doing. They should be uniting, learning from each other, sharing knowledge, love, caring, unity. And this is what's going to be the movement for the rest of our lives. Things need to change, and that's why we're here. Change is happening. Thank you. Actually, I forgot to say, I'm anti-Fletcher!
Thank you, sister. Can I give you a hug, Auntie?
God bless you, now. Thank you, Tate.
God bless you.
Are we doing anthem?
What's next?
I just want to lift this whole day up to, and I pray for a blessing of the Lord. The blessing of the Lord that makes one rich and adds no sorrow is all over us. The Holy Spirit of God is here. You're all here because something spoke to your conscience, and that conscience is the Spirit of God that's speaking to your heart. So we just thank you, Lord, for the unity here, because your word says, where there's unity, you command a blessing. So I pray a blessing over this whole proceeding today. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Max, are we doing anthem?
No. Not yet.
Not yet?
All right. Can we get it louder? We will do the best we can. Now, it is in the best interest. I need to read this out. I need silence. If I could have everyone silence, please. It is in the best interest of the public and the police that I read this out. A constable has independent authority to exercise his or her office. A constable cannot be directed by the government or senior police as to who he or she should prosecute. A constable's duty to enforce the law is a personal responsibility, and the constable is answerable only to the law, not to his or her senior officers for the performance of that duty. As I stated, we feel that it is in the best public interest, the public and the police, that be read out, that be adhered to, and that be remembered. Now I'm going to pass the microphone make an official statement, a landmark statement. I can see that we have some veterans and diggers arriving. Can we please put our hands together? And can you please hold up the flag that they died under, that they gave up their lives for? Let us acknowledge and respect them.
Good on you, diggers. Well done, boys, girls. Good on you, diggers. Good on you. I salute you, brother.
Oh, have a go at this. Yeah, we've got to help old mate up here, mate. Let's get him up. Let's get him up, mate. Oh, my goodness.
The spirit of the ANZACs have arrived. The spirit of the ANZACs have arrived.
Hey, let's make some way and get him up here. Why don't you do your side, mate? Yeah, no, you got to get old mate up. When you hold it, Ray, hold it like that. Help! Help!
Respect these guys!
Oh, that is amazing.
You're having trouble hearing back there? So sorry, guys. This is the best sound system we could get. I'll yell into it.
The digger's back there. That's the second mic if you need it.
All right. You have the wood. Okay. Before I go into the ceremonial part of what we're going to do, because you turn up, this government is falling. Deputy Prime Minister, Chief Cook and Bottle Washer Barnaby Joyce offered his resignation to the Prime Minister today. And the Prime Minister did not accept it. You know why he didn't accept it? Because it's easy to look like an eagle when you're surrounded by turkeys. I predict that Scott Morrison will not be running for the next election.
He's gone.
But we wonder what the alternative might be with horror. Let's keep that language respectable, please. Please, guys, please, let's do this, because this what we're about to do is amazing. Before I do, my beautiful wife Michelle is at home watching this on the live stream. She said to me, Hucky, don't forget to claim kingdom authority over this meeting in the name of Jesus. Before I do that, I want to welcome all the Sabbath keepers who are in this group. I am a Sabbath keeper. And I'm not meant to do stuff like this unless I'm coming to church, but you are the church. You are the church. So, in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, I proclaim his kingdom authority over this gathering, this place, and these people, and this nation. And with that authority given to all of us by the blood of Christ on the cross at Calvary, I demand that Satan and his evil henchmen leave. And in the vacuum created by the departure of evil, because I know from personal experience that grace and evil can't live in the same place, and evil's always the first to leave, we invite the Holy Spirit and the angels of God to descend on this place and protect us with swords drawn. In Jesus' name, amen. We have a corrupt system of government. We have a government which has been, in the opinion of many learned legalists, we have a government that has been acting illegally since 1973. We have a government that has usurped its responsibility to its people in order to support corporations. Now, in the last 5 years, a team of dedicated corporate lawyers and passionate librarians and a few passionate ex-politicians have been researching what's going on in the country and what's legal and what isn't. Now, some of these are not here today because this is not a political event. They're watching from a distance. And I'm not recommending anybody in politics to anybody else because I don't believe the system works. But this much I'll say to you, you have to give credit for a job well done to someone who did it. And I pay credit to former Senator Rod Cullerton for the work that he did. I do not endorse GAP, I do not endorse any party. I really want you, as my family, as we are all family, to do your due diligence and make sure you put the people in there that you want there. We love you, Eddie! Thank you. Now, why are we doing this today? Why are we doing this particular procedure today? There's been a lot of confusion about it. This is a very generic, very organic gathering of people. This is Australia coming together the way Australia does. Often disorganised, often a shambles, but we always win. So this document, in conjunction with a notice delivered to the Governor-General and received by the Governor-General, who acknowledged it about 10 days ago, is going to open this government wide open. Things are starting to happen already. Notices have been served in various government institutions and corporate institutions around Australia by dedicated people. Your rights are being restored. So now I want to read to you a proclamation that is going to put the wind right up those people who work in that big satanic building up the top of the hill. So please maintain your silence, because this is a historic day. The 5th of October 2022 will be a day that will be remembered fondly in history. February, sorry. I've been on the road for 7 months. I don't even know what name I am. Okay. Living the dream. This comes from the desk of former federal senator for Western Australia, Rodney M. Cullerton. I need to read that to make this official. Landmark Parliament of the Commonwealth. An event occurred on this continent at the closing of the 19th century that was unprecedented in the history of mankind and set in stone by the Crown to place Her Majesty's subjects in power over and above the government, for which right we are entitled to call upon and enjoy today. In other words, you have the right. Our position of authority over government is still law today. Listen to these words. Our position of authority over government is still law today. The authority of the people has been expressed in law for well over a century under the legal name of the Commonwealth of Australia. Whereas the people of Australia have made this pilgrimage to Canberra, God bless you, and gathered at this Commonwealth Parliament building to recognise and claim our right of sovereignty, and to this end call upon the paramount duty of the Crown to all of us. This icon building of the Commonwealth Parliament carries the public notice by which manner the purpose of government is to be carried out, as does a flag upon a ship indicate by which authority it sails the seas, hence the red ensigns. This authority in and over the Commonwealth for everyone to see is the Crown of the United Kingdom by the display of the Royal Coat of Arms, and here we can see by which affairs of the Commonwealth is carried out, and that is the authority that our foundation law requires. If we inspect the current building of Parliament across the pond, that one, we notice a display of the Crown authority for the Commonwealth is nowhere to be seen. I'm talking about the new Parliament House. The Crown is not on the coat of arms, and this is significant. There is no Crown authority on display at the venue. It's the first indication that the business of Commonwealth does not occur there, so we must ask, what business does the venue of Parliament concern itself with, if not the Commonwealth of the people? Who are you serving? And the answer to that simply, the business of the Parliament of Australia, in contradistinction to that of the Parliament of the Commonwealth, which is you the people. And to be sure that there is further indication of this departure from the Commonwealth, the name under which the executive is known is not the Commonwealth Government, but instead the Australian Government. All of this is taken to be authorised under the authority of the Australian Government and not the Crown, and that is illegal. Neither of these current practices has been allowed by our Constitution, for which authority is required to be under the Crown. There exists no Constitution for the Parliament of Australia or the Australian Government. We don't have a Constitution and we don't have a Bill of Rights. Isn't that obvious? Sorry, we've gone there further. Okay, that building across the pond, we've done that. We gather in acknowledgement of the venue for Commonwealth lawmaking and in protest of the current practice of a government without our authority. And that is to conduct all government business under the Crown. Our standard of law, for which Her Majesty, as Queen of the United Kingdom, swore in 1953 to rule and to serve the people of Australia, and we call upon the renewal of that duty for the Commonwealth. The current Australian Government has records that span the previous 5 decades that provides evidence of their unlawful departure from the intent and practice of the Commonwealth Constitution and Crown authority when in 1973 the Great Seal of the Commonwealth of Australia was destroyed. The authority by which bills of the Parliament were stamped into law and the Queen of Australia was invented in contravention to law as to rename Parliament and government with the purpose to deny the people's authority over the Commonwealth. That's why we're here. We stand here together to deny the pretended authority of the Australian Crown that denies all of us the rights, and call upon the administration to make answer to their records that shows their previous knowledge of operating an unlawful government as chronicled in the 2,000 pages of 2 reports made by a Constitutional Committee in 1988 recommending steps be taken to legalise those numerous breaches of law. It is well to note that none of those recommendations were undertaken, and it would have revealed the crime set about in 1973 by the Labor government of Gough Whitlam. The one recommendation that was attempted to cover this up was the referendum of 1999 to set about a new beginning by the wise Australian. But the wise Australian rejected the move away from their authority. We are here to pay respect to the decision to retain our Commonwealth and all its restoration. And this, we're getting really good here. And call out those persons in attendance at the Australian Parliament building that is not our Commonwealth. Let us set about to commission a true Viceroy of Her Majesty for the purpose of restoring our rights in and over the Commonwealth of Australia. To that end, we must widely inform Australians that we have been gamed and taken as fools in compliance to government directives that are designed to display our subservience to their rule outside the law. It is time we ask the following question. Why is the government and the Parliament of Canberra failing to comply with the limits imposed by the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Australia, signed Rodney J. Cullerton? It is almost certain that the reading of that declaration before tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Australians gathered here today may well be the gut-opening movement to split this government system wide open and replace it with something that we want. To replace it with something that never ever closes our borders, because the Commonwealth Constitution of Australia, the highest law of the land, does not allow states to close borders. The Constitution of Australia does not allow state governments or federal to mandate vaccines. The Commonwealth of Australia, under the people of Australia who love their children, does not mandate vaccines or masks for their children. The Commonwealth of Australia, under its people, need to restore, to revive and to rebuild, because we have been mortally wounded almost. We have almost been mortally wounded. And if you said to me 7 months ago we were mortally wounded, I would have said yes. But when I look at you now, I say no way! No way! No way! And if you're a premier of any of the states, if you're Palachuk, if you're Perrottet, if you're Daniel Andrews, I forget who the one is in South Australia and Tasmania. And if you're that guy, that dictator that runs Western Australia, what's his face again? McGowan. As you watch this federal government fall, so be your fate. And by this I swear in the name of Almighty God, for the people here gathered. Amen.
All right, it's time we need everyone to sing, everyone to join in, and to show these corrupt politicians and governments who we really are. And what you just witnessed was history in the making in Canberra on the 5th of February 2022. Raise your voices, because we are all
He's saluting you, mate. All the armies.
Everyone's was a jolly smile. Under the shade of the tree.
Again, Graham.
And he sang as he watched.
Diggers! We salute you!
God bless you, Digger. Vietnam?
Hey?
Vietnam?
I didn't get out of Australia at all.
Didn't you?
I'm a humble cook.
What you have just witnessed is one of the most historic moments
I didn't get out of
in our modern history.
on their routine.
Everyone please put their hands together for our brave men and women and our diggers represented here today. Put your hands together and don't stop clapping. Hold them up high, do not stop.
I might do the ANZAC thing after the anthem. What do you reckon? After the anthem.
Language? Anthem in language?
We need everyone to join in on this one. You all know it?
Yeah.
So you want to also sing our nation's anthem? We all know the words. So everyone can hear us at the back, pass it down. And we need to do the Australian national anthem. I want everyone to hold their flags up as high as you can. I'll introduce you now to one of our regulars, John Stephan, to lead us through the Australian national anthem. Here we go. Australians, we just falling free. With golden soul and love that's gifts of beauty rich and rare. History's page, every stage, advance Australia fair. In joyful strains they will sing, advance Australia.
Everything you're doing, John.
Can I do it here? I want you to come back. Stand there, Dick. Can I go back? Sorry, darling.
Can you hear me okay?
Thank you. God bless you all. I want to make one more. I want to do one more thing, and then I'm going to give up the mic for the day and just be with you people, because we're all family, right? We're all family. All right. I was going to do this at a different location in a different set of circumstances, but by the look of this crowd and the way we're set up, that's not going to be possible, so I want to do it now. We've just experienced the emotion of celebrating the lives of our diggers who volunteered to do things that we have not had to do. I ask you to look up the hill behind you, and there you will see a grey stone building with a big bronze dome. Underneath that dome lies the remains of an unknown soldier. And in the two corridors ahead of that dome, alongside the pond of remembrance, are the brass plaques of 100,000 Australians who gave their lives so that we wouldn't have to rally, who gave their lives so we could live in freedom, who gave their lives so we could say nah. Everybody say nah. And we, every 25th of April, we watch parliamentary dignitaries and other self-appointed hierarchy stand in honour of our diggers.
Shame on them!
And they say, as a great many Australians say, who at this moment are probably watching The Block, they always say, I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning to do the dawn service so I could say lest we forget. But I'm here to tell all of you, you forgot! And we have not forgotten. We do forget some things. We forget the beauty and the power and the passion of the Spirit that floods through our veins. We forget how amazing we are as a nation. We forget how amazing our sovereign nations people are. We forget everything they can teach us because we're too busy trying to dig ourselves in the bog we've got ourselves into. And we forget that in World War I, when the Germans were running over the top of everything that opposed them for 3 years, we forget that when the Spring Offensive occurred in 1918, they stormed the Allied lines and they forced them back to the sea, or that was the intent. And the British General Haig said, "Withdraw the troops from the front line. Bring the troops back to the coast and we shall defend the coast or go home to England." And General Monash says, "What?" Australian General Sir John Monash said, "Are you kidding me?" Anyhow, he said, "Yeah, nah." And the word got to the front line in a town called Villers-Bretonneux, and the order was given. They want us to go to the coast. And a couple of privates looked at each other and they said, "Did we come all the way from Ballarat to do that?" And they said, "Nah." So as they started the retreat, they said, "No way. We got the longest bayonets in the world. We're going back to take these mongrels on." And the general in command of American forces, General Pershing, was overly cautious. For 18 months his troops were there and he wouldn't put them into battle because he wanted them to be trained. He was scared to lose one of them. And on the other end of the scale you had General Haig, who treated them like used matchsticks. 60,000 dead in the trenches a day was nothing to General Haig, but to General Monash it was a shocking crime. And General Monash wanted to win with the least amount of casualties, and that's what he did. So when all the troops were withdrawing, there was a detachment of American soldiers amongst the Aussies at Villers-Bretonneux who were ordered to go back to their American base. And when they said, "We're not leaving our Aussie brothers," they took off their American uniforms and they put on the diggers' uniforms. And outnumbered 40-1, they went back to Villers-Bretonneux and they pushed them back into Germany. We forget that spirit lives in us. We forget that spirit lives in you. And you demonstrate it by turning up. That's what they did, they turned up. And we forget that they were the first army to defeat and turn back the Germans in the First World War, and the Germans never won a battle after that. We forget that in World War II, the first army to defeat the Germans ever in North Africa or in Europe was the Australians and the Poms and the Kiwis, Canadians and Indians, and a large detachment of Aussies in that. They turned them at El Alamein, but it wasn't over them because they mounted a counter-offensive, and Rommel needed Tobruk. He needed it to get, as a deep water port to get his supplies in. And the rats held it. They found an old Italian field gun with no wheels and they mounted it on the back of a tray-top truck and wired it down with fencing line. And they fired at the German tanks by steering the wheel and aiming the barrel that way. And when they fired, they said, "Quick, let's get out of here before they get us!" So, the rats of Tobruk held Tobruk under Lieutenant Colonel Leslie Moorhead, who was also an Australian, who was the architect of the Great Withdrawal at Gallipoli. He was at Tobruk as the commander of the garrison. And that defeated Rommel, and that was the beginning of the end for Nazi Germany. We forget that our Australian troops did that. And we forget that when the Japanese hordes were coming over to get us through New Guinea, apart from the Choco soldiers who walked the Kokoda Trail, there was a major battle before that, and it was the Battle of Milne Bay. And an undermanned garrison at Milne Bay, supported by Kitty Hawk fighters from the RAAF, that were flown by pilots who were so sick with dysentery, they cut holes in the bottom of the cockpits to wash the crap out every time they flew. Every every time, but they kept going. They were weak, they had malaria. And when they didn't have enough fuel to keep going to attack the Japanese, they got in their kitty hawks and they got the soldiers on the base to push the tail around backwards and forwards so they could spray their machine guns into the jungle. And the Japanese turned back. We forget that we were the first army in the world to defeat the Japanese. And the Japanese went downhill from there. We forget the Battle of Long Tan. We forget the amazing feat of our soldiers in Long Tan. And when they came back, what did we do to them? We threw pig's blood on them. We forget the exploits of our soldiers, our special services soldiers and others, and our Navy and our airmen and women who have been to Iraq and the Middle East and Afghanistan to protect our freedoms. And for what? To come back and be ridiculed by a media that's so hung up on political correctness, it couldn't step out of its own way. And where are you now, mainstream media? Where are you? Where are you? So we forget, but we must never forget. We must never forget. Any of you who have served in a uniform of any kind in service to your country or your community, if you have an item of clothing or insignia that represents that, whether you be a nurse, a paramedic, a police officer, of which there are many, firefighters, of which there are many, pilots and aircrew. If you're aircrew and you're looking down the barrel of losing your job in Australia like I did, put up your hand and yell out. If you're a nurse who's lost a job or his job, yell out and put up your hand. If you're a police officer who says nah, put up your hand. If you're a serviceman currently serving or now retired or unemployed, put up your hand. If you're a doctor, lest we forget. They shall not grow old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. They collected the crippled, the wounded and maimed.
Mike's dead.
Okay. Oh, is he there? Good. Please listen for the last post. One minute silence. They collected the crippled, the wounded and maimed, and they shipped them back home to Australia. The armless, the legless, the blind and insane, all the brave wounded heroes of Suvla. And as the ship pulled in the circular quay, I stared at the place where my legs used to be. I thank Christ there was nobody waiting for me to grieve and to mourn and to pity. And the band played Waltzing Matilda as they carried us down the gangway. And nobody cheered, they just stood there and stared, and then turned their faces away. And now every April I sit on my porch and I watch the parade pass before me. I see my old comrades, how proudly they march, reliving old dreams and past glories. But the old men march slowly, their bones stiff and sore. They're tired old men from a tired old war. And the young Aussies asked, what are they marching for? And I asked myself the same question. And the band played Waltzing Matilda, and the old men, they answered the call. And year after year, those old men disappear. Soon no one will march there at all. Waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda, you come waltzing Matilda with me, and their ghosts may be heard as we pass by the Billabong. You come waltzing Matilda with me. We are family. We are really, really family. We are united. We are together. And united we will stand. United we will stand. What's going to happen this week? We're going to happen this week. I can tell you there's some stuff in the pipeline. I thank the boys in blue, who this day have been fantastic in the organising of this event at the last minute. I ask you, before I go any further, to raise, if you were a frontline worker in emergency services, hospitals, or wore a uniform in the service of your country and you've lost your job, I want you to raise your hands as high as you can without saying anything. I want the police here present to see those hands lined up, and I want you to try and look at the faces under those hands, because those faces represent people you've turned out to emergencies with, and they've lost their jobs. And if there's something in you that has you think it's really weird for me to be standing against the people of Australia, and I'm not saying this to you guys because you guys have been great, but there are many people listening to this who wear the uniform of blue and black. So if we can think about what's been lost, and please remember, if you are the thin blue line, that what we're doing here today for us, we're doing also for you. So, as things evolve in this beautifully organic event, we know that there were some tough times through the week in front of the National Library. And a lot of you went through some anxiety, some serious stuff. And you weathered, and you got through it. And there was a bunch of people there organising you all and trying to keep you all safe. And they did it without being called upon to do it, they just stepped up to do it. They held you together. And now you're all ensconced in a bigger camp with other camps around the place. And there are a lot of rumours flying around about snipers on buildings, about the gates of the camp being locked and everybody being quarantined for 2 weeks. If you let that destroy this moment and what we're doing here in the coming weeks or months or years, and it won't be that long, then you are denying yourself of a great honour. If it isn't true, it isn't true. Just think it through. And let me tell you, if some of those things happened, it would be the worst PR thing that would ever happen to the Australian government. So let's relax. Let's look after the fact that most of our boys in blues want to protect us, and I can say that for a fact because when we were rallying at the press club, one of the officers there who was facing me looked at me and he said, if this goes pear-shaped, if there's any rioting or anything, I'm going to do everything I can to protect you and Michelle.
Yes! Hallelujah!
And as I puddled up, he pointed to a police van, a Sprinter van parked in the street, and he said, if I can't do that for you and I yell out run, I want you to run over here and hide behind that van. His name was Nathan.
Nathan is awesome.
And there are lots of Nathans in the AFP. But Nathan found me later when everyone had gone. And he came up to me and he shook my hand and he said, you're a legend. And he said to me, keep doing what you're doing because you're speaking for us too. And as he walked out, I called out, hey, Nathan. He said, what? I said, you rock. And he said, so do you, old fella. So what's happening this week? I'm going to give the microphone up for the whole day now. Thank goodness for that. I want to be with our family. But I want to tell you that this week, there are some politicians inside the House who are dead against what's happening to us. And if they're not allowed to speak and be heard in the House, they're coming out to speak to you. There are moves afoot, and we don't know whether it will happen or not, that 2 or 3 representatives of this group, and it is perceived that 2 of those will be John Larder and myself. It has been negotiated to have us invited into Parliament to deliver a contract of demands. But regardless of that, the police here this morning have assured us that the barricades around the lawn between here and the Devil's Nest up the top are there only to stop people from camping after what happened at the front of the library. So we can walk up there, and we're entitled to, because that is the place of assembly for people to protest, and we are allowed to under Commonwealth law and with the blessings of the police to go up there, act properly, act respectfully, and do our stuff. And as we do that, there will be politicians coming out, 1, 2, 3 at a time. Some of them you know, Jared Rank, George Christensen, you know who they are. They're fighting for us in there, but they're fighting against a brick wall. So if they're not going to be heard in there, they're coming out to be heard by you. And that's going to put it right up the others who are sitting in there in the swamp. From me, may God bless you all. Have a wonderful day. This day is nowhere near over. There's a lot of people who want to speak. There's a lot of people who want to say things. And my voice is stuffed. And I'll probably go down and get some more photos. God bless you and God bless Australia.
Stand on my feet, mate.
I might end up having to stand on your shoulders.
Before I introduce, you know he's here, but just hold out. Because what happened here today, what's happened last week, and what the organisers and the facilitators, such as this man up here, Dave, what he's done. Give him a clap. What they did and the way they were able to keep the peace and keep you safe, all credit to them. And all credit to them for bringing all of you out here today from every part of this country. Now, it's easy for me and it's easy for a lot of us. We're only a few hours from Canberra, but for some of you, you've been travelling for days. So I've asked a representative from Interstate.
I'm part of all that, so.
Do you know him? From the People's Revolution. I'll ask Trigger to come up and say a few words, and yes, then we will hear from Ricardo.
Check, made it. My name is Tricky guys from the People's Revolution. How's all doing? I came down here on the United Front with the peacemakers and the guardians to offer support and security to the people, make sure everyone stays safe. Before I go any further, guys, I think it's really important for you to acknowledge the original land custodians.
Thank you.
Nambri,
thanks, brother.
Tribe,
I'll get the mic in a minute. Go for it.
I've got to get up.
Yeah, thank you.
The brother, Craig Hood was correct in what he's saying. I'm going to go one step further. Say that the politicians of the past, the political parties, and the system, the whole reason why we're in this mess today.
Thank you so much.
Don't ever trust that shit again.
You guys could probably go there. That would be fantastic.
You want change?
You guys don't have anything else to do.
You want change, guys?
Excuse me, sir.
Each and every one person here has to be themselves. And make that change for yourself.
I'm a Christian too. And praying.
Each individual and today's person has to make effort to make a change in the community, and then we get from there.
Okay, I've got a thing. You would like to take it?
Yeah.
You guys have the power.
Thank you.
Community is the way forward. If you leave, and do anything without making any effort to put your community first or change within your community, nothing will change you guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Run for public.
Thanks so much. My pleasure. Pleasure. Hang in, guys.
Never forget that, guys. I actually wrote a letter today as well, but I'm going to hold it and save it. And on Tuesday, I'm going to go to the Parliament House up there, and I'm going to read it out there. And I'm going to make sure a politician takes that up to Dickhead ScoMo. Right? And pretty much what we've come here, we need change from Australia today, for this last week going forward. It's not to seek to engage with these fools. It's to put them on notice that the people are waking up and coming together. You have a look around, guys. It's a big Brisbane rally, Sydney, Melbourne. It's on par with that. But when you consider that's the whole of Australia comes to one spot, we've got a long way to go.
I'm going to give
right?
these guys the mic.
But this is a good first effort. It was really disorganised, very organically, people came together. There's a lot of disunity in the movement. I've been around for a long time, especially organisers around. It's like the high school play yard. We've seen some of these guys around today, today's the first time I've met these people. And I can tell you right now that I can see a future. If people put the egos behind them and realise the common goal and realise that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, the people will win this war. And I'm telling you, I've been sent here to fight this war, and I've known it ever since I was a kid.
Sorry, guys.
In the last 5 years, that foot has been jumping out of my feet, so I do what I've been told to do work anyway. So guys, I'm going to leave it there. Remember, you guys are the power. I'm looking at every single person here in the lines. Each one of you is all here.
Sure.
You guys have the power, and you better believe if you don't, we're going nowhere. Make a pact together. From today, we're going to go home and create community. That's where it starts, guys. You want to build it? You build it. The first step to creating new society is building a community. Go build a community. When we talk next, we're going to be a day closer to creating this new society. I love you all, guys. Take care. See you around.
Oh, wow, I got that voice left. Okay, I'm Dave.
Hey, Dave.
I'm a very, very fortunate guy. Yeah, Guru. Okay, Guru. The Guru's a joke. I am one of these guys just wrapped a bit of praise on me then for us people doing what we've done down at base camp. Not one bit of praise goes to me, people. I had a friggin' army underneath me. Alright, these guys just saw themselves out under all sorts of friggin' duress, okay? And they pulled this thing together for you people here. Okay, it was that base camp. It wasn't me, okay? It was that base camp. Them guys stood hard, mate. The woman stood up. And we held that bit on the ground for 5 days so you people could get here. Okay? And I was lucky enough to have Ricardo get hold of me last night and say, we'll meet for brekkie. So I met with Ricardo for breakfast, but guess what? Just like this is the people's thing, and Ricardo never had a time to speak up here, and I wouldn't give him one because we hadn't scheduled anything in this, it was purely organic. Okay, but now we're going to schedule after today, folks. Right, the guys behind me, they've all got stuff ready to go. We have a job to do this week. We need people! More people! Get on your phone, get on your Facebook, get them down here. We need them. You want to win this? We need more than this, I'm telling you. Okay, but this gentleman here, actually this morning warmed my heart, okay, because he said to me, Davo, if you're worn out, your head's gone, you don't know what's happening, but you're making decisions in the right direction, buddy. Welcome to the war. That's how it is. Okay, and that done me a lot of good because my
Hello,
head's
Ricardo,
been
I'm
stuff,
Mitchell
folks. I've never looked after 3,000 or 4,000
so
people like
after
that.
this,
I'm no
we're
military guy, I'm a
the new
concreter.
Parliament House because that's where the
But this guy here, all right, political aspirations aside, we're not talking about him. This guy is one of the people, okay? And I want information, and I want this guy to be leading me and showing me what we are doing with you people. So here he is, your favourite. Good afternoon, Canberra. Now the world is listening in, so let's give them a big one. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! London, Rome, New York, Paris has got nothing on us. Right, let's bow our heads. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
Thank you, Buffy.
For those of you who pray, pray. For those of you who don't believe in prayer, pray that the ones that do pray are right. We're going to need all the help we can get. A little under 250 years ago, a small group of patriots. And what's a patriot? A patriot who knows right from wrong. A patriot loves his family, his community and his country. A patriot hates tyranny. This small band of patriots, a little under 250 years ago, met together in the United States, and they made a declaration. And it goes something like this, and forgive the errors. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that we were endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And to secure those rights, governments are instituted by men with the consent of the governed. But when those governments become destructive to the ends of the people have the right to alter or abolish that government. That Declaration of Independence led to the Revolutionary War. The Founding Fathers of the United States took control of their country from the greatest superpower of the time, Great Britain. Now, how many did they have? Did they have everyone? No. But they had enough. 20%, that's all they had, 1 in 5, which meant 4 out of 5 of the colonists were telling the Brits where Washington and his men were. and yet they still won. We don't need everybody, we just need enough. Now, this isn't quite it. What's 20% of 25 million? That's 5 million people. We need 5 million people here in Canberra within a week or two. 5 million people in Canberra, the rest of the country. Drop everything you're doing. Nothing else matters from this day. We stay until we win. Ring your mates, ring the mates you don't like, ring the blokes you don't like as well. Ring your mother-in-law. Ring your mother-in-law. Give her a shot, tell her you love her and you want to see her down here.
Which one?
Which mother-in-law? I don't know, I've got 3. Folks, we need 5 million people here in the nation's capital. When that happens, we win. We don't need anybody to speak for us because this is the people's movement. No politics, no politicians, just we the people. Get that number tattooed on your forehead. 5 million people. Sydney and Melbourne, get off your tails and do some work. Get down here. We're already here! Not enough, not enough. 5 million people. This is a moment in history which will never be repeated. If we fuck this, we lose. Do you understand? This is our time. We either win or lose. There is no middle ground. Those bastards up there are already killing our kids. What do you think they've got in store for us next? This is the last time. This is our last throw of the dice. This is the time we come together. We need 5 million people in Canberra in the next week or so. 5 million. No room. Bring it to a fucking standstill. And the pedophile protecting politicians, and the pedophile protecting judges, generals, air marshals, admirals, lawyers, are going to be so shit fucking scared they're going to run. 5 million people, folks. 5 million here in Canberra in the next week or so. We have to make this happen. There is no more after this. You've seen what they had planned for us. You've seen the vaccination camps. Have you seen how they had gas pipes connecting them? Has that happened before?
It has to my family!
Don't get into the cattle cars and get shipped off like a bunch of cattle and sheep. Now you guys are good. You've got it. That's why you're here. But we've got millions out there that have no idea what's going on. They need to be woken up. You've got about 2 weeks to do it max. We have to win this here and now. There are no more chances, folks. This is it. This is it.
The time is now.
It is done. We win or we lose.
We're going to win!
Now, one thing. You've heard it before. Non-violent, non-cooperation. Under no circumstances allow them to provoke you. There are political groups here who have been infiltrated by troublemakers. The police have been infiltrated by troublemakers. The police have infiltrated this group of troublemakers. That's how the game works. Don't be naive. This is not some fucking kumbaya moment. Do not be drawn into a conflict. If something bad happens, just step to one side, because you don't know who's playing who. We saw it in Melbourne. Some brave freedom fighter getting carried down the stairs comfortably by the police. Now, who do you think the snitch was? Folks, grow up. This is not a learning moment. This is a moment in history. We win, we lose. 5 million people. If there's a problem, step away. Whatever the nature of the problem, but don't back off. Hold your ground. Does that make sense? Yes! We do not move. We take Canberra. 5 million. We get 5 million. They're gone. We win. We get our country back. We might even convince the Governor-General to dissolve Parliament entirely and appoint a brand new Executive Council. And that council's one job should be to clean up the electoral system so we can have a free and fair election, the first one in 50 and 60 years. And you get to decide for the first time by whom and how you are governed. Ladies and gentlemen, that's done. You know what we've got to do? 5 million people. The rest is detail. 5 million people. We're going to finish with a prayer again, because by Christ we need all the help we can get. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation and deliver us from evil. Amen. And Lord, I apologise for the harsh words. Now folks, we are moving. We are moving from here up to New Parliament House. I'll hand over the microphone to someone who's going to coordinate it for you. Well done everyone. Give yourselves a big one. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Alright, so I'm going to hand the mic over to Dave, who will explain the exact procedure.
Take over.
But I just got a message from Captain Graham Hood. And you need to record this because he said on the top, the demand that he's going to make on Monday.
Can we take... Sorry guys. Mate, keep it up. We love you, man.
Star,
God
bless you, mate. Bring him down. These fuckers down, mate. Come back. Get two, man. No, we're going, mate.
Thanks, Mr. Boss. You're going to grab your microphone off you.
Oh, sure. Sorry, mate.
God bless you.
Good
on. Thanks, officer.
And we're taking our light with us, okay? We're taking the light that we bear.
That could have been bad. That could have been really bad.
All good.
Sorry guys, I forgot to take the mic off Ricardo. I hope he didn't say anything weird. It looks like, if you didn't hear what they're saying, the organisers basically now leading people to New Parliament House. I'm hoping people get a break. They've been under the sun for at least 3-4 hours now. So we're going to head off now. I think Graham Hood's at New Parliament House to have a break. Alright. Sorry, still with him? No, I got it. Yeah. He ran off with it. I was like, we got him! Are we heading off now? What's waiting? So I got that's me. How are you? We love you. Thank you. Here we go, that way.
Champion!
Hey, wow. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Hey guys, we're now heading to New Parliament House. No worries. Maybe take a break now. What we just saw was speeches by Graham Hood, Ricardo Bossi, Christian Mack, and now we're going to head to New Parliament House. I need to grab a drink so I don't die. But look, I hope you're enjoying the stream. Give us a share, and while you do that and you're waiting, go and get a beer, get some popcorn. We're going to keep going. I want to see what happens there. I won't stream longer than I need to, but there are still things planned at New Parliament House, so we're going to go there. So just to recap, people have come here. They're really upset with the government. They're upset because the kids are getting jabbed. As of the 10th of January, the TGA, Therapeutics Good Administration, said they're going to start jabbing the kids. And a lot of people are worried that they're going to mandate that. They're worried, that's what they're worried about. And so they've come to Canberra. It started by the truckies a couple of weeks ago. They've come to Canberra to express their displeasure. And they've... Exactly, as you know, I was here on Monday. The police, once Graham Hood left, they tried to shut it down. But Graham's come back with the tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of people. And I'm not kidding, there's a lot of people, and we really saw it over the bridge before. I hope there's some drone footage, but I doubt there is any because it would probably be illegal to fly any drones above these parliamentary buildings. So, hey, why? So we're going to see what's happening over at New Parliament House. We're going to go on that lawn that we were on Monday, and we're going to see. Give this a share. There's almost 5,000 people watching. Get it out there. I'm going to try and give you the full story. So a lot of people are here. They're not happy with the mandates on their jobs over the last few years. They're not happy they have to be jabbed to work. Supposedly the healthcare system is struggling. If that was the truth, they would let the unjabbed paramedics, nurses, doctors return back to work without being jabbed. But this is not about science, apparently.
It's all bullshit, that's what it is.
Amen. Amen. It seems like they're doing mask mandates for kids in the schools. A lot of people here absolutely think it's reprehensible. I think Graham also made mention of having the borders opened around the country as guaranteed by the Constitution, and they want to make sure that, you know, we respect the original Constitution that was laid down. So there was something Graham Hood read from Rod Carleton, former Senator Rod Carleton. He was a former Senator for One Nation, but now he's the leader of the Great Australia Party. And it wasn't a political endorsement, but Graham just read something out acknowledging the original Constitution. I'm not sure where people are marching to now. Usually there's meant to be like a lawn or something. Be honest, I'm a little bit lost, guys, from Monday. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Where is it again? Hey, brother. Sorry, I've got 3 fingers for you. Do you know where we're going?
I'm just trying to figure it out now. I thought they were going to curl around.
Yeah? Yeah, let me check, because I'm
already disorientated. Curvy road. Unnatural curvy road.
Go left. Yeah, we turn left.
It looks like some people went another way, guys, and they've already hit the lawn. I'm going to... It's kind of better this way because you get a good size, a good measure of the actual crowd. It completely snakes around. Very soon we're going to connect with the crowd coming directly from Parliament House. There were some narrow streets a lot of people have headed down. Minimal police at the old Parliament House there. I would probably count anywhere from 30 to 40 and maybe a few in reserve, but there weren't many at all. I think Graham Hood's at New Parliament House. I'm not sure what they're going to do. I'm not sure if they're going to do any more speeches. I don't think they are, but I'm pretty keen to, I think they've said what they've needed to say, well, that's what they said. They've said what they needed to say. And I don't think they're going to do many more speeches. Graham said he's already losing his voice. I know I am. Let's see if we can get some hydration going so I don't die. Again, thanks everyone for donating on Monday. I haven't put the donate link this week because the donations helped me cover my fuel for last time and this time. Unfortunately, for those of you asking about Rukshan, unfortunately couldn't make it this weekend. I talked to him and he said he'll come this week on Tuesday. And Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it sounds like they've got, they just made the announcement that they're going to have parliamentarians speaking who are pro-choice on the jab. Possibly people like George Christensen, who's always voted for pro-choice on the jab. Senator Rennick as well. And yeah, look, we'll see what happens, guys. I think it'll be interesting to see what they say, because if you didn't know, the Prime Minister and the government, they decide who gets to speak. Yet their own ministers, like George Christensen, like Senator Rennick, they're not often given the opportunity to speak because they don't toe the line, the party line. Now, George Christensen's from the Nationals Party, and Senator Rennick, for example, is from the Liberal Party, but still they're in coalition, and the government, being a part of the government heads like Scott Morrison and the cabinet don't want these guys to speak because they don't toe the party line. And the Prime Minister, for some reason, thinks that, you know, they're not going to get any votes from it. They're going to actually lose votes. if they take up this freedom policy. So we'll see what happens. Guys, I'm just arriving. I'll show you what I'm seeing. All right, people, that's the street people actually came from. I walked past. The group I was with came from there. That's Old Parliament House. We were on the other side of that, down that alleyway. And it looks like we're heading to New Parliament House now. I hope we can get nice and close so the people can all assemble on the lawn up there. I wonder if I can get around. It looks like people have come to a standstill. I can see some peacemakers up the front. I'll ask them what the go is. Just give me a sec, guys. Excuse me. Sorry, mate. Sorry, mate.
Going,
yeah, good, brother. How are you? All right, guys, we're moving through now. Sorry. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, good. Very good. We're moving through now. Big crowd. They're all still coming. It goes all the way back in that back street, but also over there. It all the way goes back to the original protest location. Now that I'm at the crossroads in the middle, I'm glad I'm here. I think it's hundreds. Hey, brother, how are you? It looks like hundreds of thousands of people because we just walked around. Troy, brother. Oh, I do. Yeah, I don't know. We don't have drone footage because it's illegal, but I do think it is. We walked on the bridge with the original group, and I got a good look at because the bridge goes up. I got a good look at it, and also when we went down, I got a good look at it. It looked like in the tens of thousands, pretty much 100,000, pretty much. I mean, I'm no estimator, but I've seen protests in the past, like Melbourne and Sydney. Crazy. All right, guys, I'm going to try and walk up the lawn. Sorry, guys. I'm going to try and walk up the lawn so we get a full view of the crowd walking to Parliament House. Lots of people, guys. I'm still in the thick of it. How are you going? I'm not quite at the front. But as you can see, they're marching. The people are marching on Parliament House, and they're bringing the fury. How are you? I need to check the Rode mic battery to make sure that we don't lose our audio. But I've got backups if needed, thanks to the people donating in the past. Hey, brother, how are you? Good to see you.
Good. I love you.
What a day, man. Where did all these people come from? Guys, I might cross to the other side. Hey, how are you? I might cross to the other side so that we can see the full size of the crowd. Bit hard when you're in amongst it. Too many bodies blocking. Give this a share. We're about to see the full extent of this crowd right now. And it's still going. I mean, it's still going back to the park. This is insane. Oh my gosh. So that's, you got Parliament House. People are marching from the other side, the opposite side, which is there. That white building's Old Parliament House, but behind me is New Parliament House. Look at this stream of people. All the way on my left, all the way. And that goes back to the front of Old Parliament House. Absolutely amazing how many people are here. Yeah, I am, but it's worth it. The police leave you alone. A lot of people have been saying it's time for ScoMo to go. It's pretty clear that the walls are closing in on ScoMo. His own cabinet's offering their resignations, as you heard Captain Graham Hood say. But the Prime Minister can't afford to lose his Deputy Prime Minister, the Nationals leader, Barnaby Joyce, because then he looks like a weak leader. People are passing over the overpass now, making their way to Parliament. I don't know who's leading it, but there is a bit of a stage there. I'm hoping it doesn't go too long for the sake of the people here. Hey, brother. Wow, look at that, guys. Absolutely massive. If I was going to take a shot, I would do it right now. A panoramic shot of the full protest. All right, guys, check this out. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. I'm gonna take a panoramic shot on my phone. Give me a second.
You know who that is? You watch him all day, every day.
Who's that?
Three guys up there. All masked up, okay?
I'll film them. I'll film them. Yeah. Cheers, brother. Of course, you're still my bodyguard, man. You're watching my back. I love it. Do you recognise them? Did you tell the peacemakers? They need to know because they have radios. From the peacemakers, man.
God bless you.
All right, guys. Look, we're looking at hundreds of thousands of people pouring onto the lawn of in front of Parliament House. We've got the police officers here. They're clearly outnumbered. They would be better off working with the peacemakers, in my opinion, and the organisers, so that the crowd doesn't get antagonised, and so that they can facilitate speeches peacefully. But we'll see what happens. I'm just going to report what I'm seeing. Can't go there? No? I'm with Turning Point. Are we allowed to go past?
Not at this point, mate.
No, it's all good. Thanks. Yeah, sure. Police aren't letting me through, guys. They let the mainstream media through, but they won't let me through, even though I'm reporting in a media perspective. Just shows you that the media's not here doing full streams, but they'll allow the media to go round the back and actually stream. A few fans of the past shows, probably. Looks like we got a stage here. People are slowly, oh wow, people are slowly pouring in. Absolutely massive. That's pretty cute. Looks like there's a smoking ceremony going on, guys. There's a stage set up. Oh, that smoke's gonna kill me. No, I'm not asthmatic, I just haven't had anything to drink.
It's great to meet you, everybody.
There's another legend.
Hey, brother.
Another reason why I'm down here.
Hey,
Good
brother.
to see
How are you?
you,
Now
man.
you're here for the people, surely.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You're here for the kids.
Do you mind if I get a photo with us?
Of course you can, brother.
Dude.
Yeah.
Hey,
brother.
Yeah,
How are you?
Thanks for everything.
No, it's my pleasure. No worries. What was your name?
Francis.
Francis. Nice to meet you, Francis.
Well, you don't know me, I know you. Because
Yeah. Now, I thought you were a white nationalist. Aren't you a white nationalist?
Don't forget the elders in the retirement.
No, of course, absolutely. Yeah, it's still, brother.
Yeah. Dude, thanks, man. Have a great day.
You too.
Good to see you, legend.
I'll see you later. Yeah. Hey, how are you? How you going? Oh, guys. Big day. Big day. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, absolutely.
The man.
The pleasure's all mine, man. It's good to see you out here.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries.
I got a photo with
Everyone,
KK,
huh?
audio one, but you're one of the brothers, the early one that
did all the
did
videos.
right thing.
Thank you. No, it's my pleasure, man.
Thank you.
It's
And
my
also
pleasure.
The part of the
Waking up people. Yeah.
But yeah, you're one of the major foundation of my awakenings.
I'm so glad, man. That makes me very encouraged. Thank you so much. Hey, brother. What's your name?
Frank.
Frank. We haven't met Frank, have we?
No, we haven't.
Good to see you,
I
man.
see a lot of your videos.
Oh, you
but,
poor
mate,
thing.
It's all good,
Good to see you, mate.
Good work.
What a
mate.
crowd,
Keep it up,
man. What a crowd.
mate. I know.
Hey, how are you?
I'm from Melbourne. Follow
Oh,
you on
congratulations.
Facebook. Yeah.
Congratulations. That's a bit of a drive.
Oh, yeah.
And you
Well,
survived the police state.
Oh, man. What do you do?
Yeah, absolutely crazy. I better keep going with the stream. There you go, guys. That's the size of the crowd. Absolutely massive. We're behind the stage now. For some reason, I'm hoping they have some organisers have brought some water for the people and sunscreen because it's getting very hot right now. Hey, how are you? I don't know what you guys can see right now, but massive crowd. Absolutely massive crowd. Good, brother. Hey!
Work good, man, yourself.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
You're not roasting in that suit, man.
I am, but you know what? My I had a wedding in Egypt once upon a time, and I was wearing a full suit, so I'm fine.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
you
used to it, mate.
understand, huh?
And also I'm Middle Eastern, so it's fine. You know,
Oh, true,
it's in my blood.
yeah.
Yeah.
You're just a party
No,
club there.
no, don't forget, mate. Don't forget. It's good to see you,
Lovely
mate.
night, you too, brother.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm going to work out what the plan is. I'm hoping this doesn't go too long, not just for my sake, but also your sake and the people that are here. It's been a long. I don't know how long I've been streaming for. Oh wow, it's almost 4 hours, 3.5 hours. All right. Mate, you're following me. You're following me. This is the 5th time today.
Oh, no, you
Mate.
sound a bit gay following the old sponsor.
Mate, what an amazing day with so many people. It was so moving.
My nephew had to go.
Yeah.
Because his wife rang up, she's having a nervous breakdown. Threatening to leave him and everything.
Yeah, you're on mic. You're on mic, brother. You're on mic. Yeah. Have you seen Graham? No? Hey, how are you? Hey, brother.
Spearfishing store in Newcastle where they barged in. The police did.
That was you, was it?
Yeah, tried
Oh,
to
no
shut
way.
me down. That's me.
It's insane. That went viral. That was crazy. Wow.
Yeah, Arby shared it and then Daily Mail shared it.
Yeah. Good to meet you, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
I'm gonna see if I can talk to the former ANZAC soldier. How magical is that?
John Murphy.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry,
Nice to meet you, Jammal.
Nice to meet you. Good to- How are you?
Yeah, good.
No, I know. I just, it's a pleasure to serve you guys, honestly. Yeah, nice to meet you.
This is True Media here.
Yeah, well,
Independent
mate,
True Media.
there's a gap in the market. No one's filling it, you know. Unfortunately, Rukshan couldn't make it, but he's coming on Tuesday. Yeah, he'll be on Tuesday. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, he was here the other day, but yeah. Yeah, let's do it. I've got to go do an interview with the Sorry, guys. Give me a second. I'm on a live right now. Hey.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, ladies.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much so much.
Made him look half tidy then, eh? A couple of good swords on beside him, mate. Oh, mate. Shit, mate.
He's going to arrange a marriage. All right, guys. I'm going to see if we can interview our former digger. Very decorated for his service. Absolute legend. Absolute legend. It was a really magical moment when Graham was singing. I tried to get you a shot of this legendary digger. I almost came to tears myself actually watching it. So I'm just checking my battery. Yeah, I'm doing all right for now. Yeah, sure, no worries.
I can't see the button.
Don't lose your charger.
Got it? Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Give me a sec, guys. Give me a sec. So I'm just on a live stream. No worries, thank you. There you go, guys. There's a view of the crowd. Mainstream media won't give you this. This might be the best thing you get in terms of view of the crowd because we don't have any drones. It's illegal to fly them over Old and New Parliament House in last I checked. So there's your view.
We had a sir spoke to me last night, and I want to tell you a story.
Right on the top there, if you like.
You would have heard of him. You heard of the fella. But before I do, I'm just going to have a quick little
That's how we
prayer
treat our diggers.
to the Creator.
They're rock stars. How are you holding up, sir?
I'm doing all right.
We're on camera, by the way. You got water? You're all set?
Yeah, I've got water.
That's
the main
good.
thing.
Yeah.
Got a snack.
Oh, yeah, you got a snack.
Yeah.
You're all set.
Yeah.
These legends are taking care of you.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. I was wondering if I could ask you what it's like being out here and seeing a return. I've seen a lot of diggers. They lament the days when we used to do parades in the street and balls and celebrations after World War I and II. What emotions do you feel seeing the people out here recognising history and God and country?
Well, over the last 40 or 50 years, I think we've sort of forgotten that. It hasn't been in the education system. We know why. Because the more you know about history, the more you realise what's going on today. And so that's been intentionally deprived from the community, and I think everybody's beginning to wake up now. And everyone's in the same boat at the moment. You've got a choice of living forever with fear or living forever ever with freedom. And it's time to choose. Cast away the fear and you become free. Look, we've got a great army of people here, and so regardless of whether people have served in military or whatever, I think everyone's on active service with Australia now today.
I like that. Are you so you've come all the way up from Melbourne, and obviously we've seen a lot of things go viral, like I think it was Remembrance Day when you were at the fence.
Yeah, I was, yeah.
And you guys have elections coming up this year in November for Dan Andrews. What's your feeling on the ground? Do you see that there's a change in the community down there?
Well, I think when the change happens up here with federals, the other states are just going to collapse. So if all goes well with all of this actions, illegal actions that have been taken against the federal ministers and senators, those that have basically been happy to continue the theft of our freedoms, once that's all exposed, and if we achieve that, then the states are just going to crumble behind them, I think.
Do you mind me asking? I wish I did my research before this interview. I didn't know I was going to meet you today. I'm trying to keep it together. Do you mind telling us which unit you served in?
Well, I'm a humble cook and a private, and I had the honour of feeding the warriors when they returned from service. I didn't get outside of Australia, but I was in one of the personnel depots in Queensland, and there were returning units coming through Queensland, and so I even met up with my cousin coming back from Vietnam while I was there. But no, I didn't get out of Australia. I did apply for that, but didn't get posted.
Yeah.
And so I served my 2 years in Australia, several places, but that's my service history.
Awesome.
But I think everyone here is, as I said earlier, everybody's now serving Australia, and I just see that I'm returned to active service, and we're all in this together with that.
Yeah. I was listening to a conversation a couple of years ago. John Anderson, former Deputy Prime Minister John Anderson, a real statesman, he was having a conversation with his father-in-law, who I think he served in the Navy just after the Battle of the Coral Sea. And they were reflecting on where our military's going and where the Prime Minister Scott Morrison's going with it. What are your thoughts on our defence strategy, and do you think we're doing enough?
No, well, I think they've been winding down the defence capabilities of Australia over the last 50 years, so it's been intentional, and we've been weakened as a nation for that. A lot of bad decisions on military equipment and everything else, and I would have been happy to see the continuation of the citizens' military forces. I think that was worthwhile back in the 50s and 60s, and even that as a grounding, just to get people understanding that we do need to defend this nation, and just to get people committed to. But these bastards don't like patriots, so they've been trying to. Yeah, well, it's all the same thing.
All the same thing, isn't it? Yeah.
There's, that intention to destroy patriotism in every nation,
Yeah.
And it's all done through the education system.
Through the education system. The 40 goals of communism, where they've sort of done that. Is that what you're alluding to with China and Soviet Russia? And, in that conversation I alluded to before with John Anderson and his father-in-law, John made the point that when we were 5 million people, we saw what was going on in World War I and in Europe with before the war. We saw the disruptions and the social problems that were coming, to the point where bipartisanly they ordered a fleet, and within 5 years it arrived. That was when there was 5 million people, and that fleet arrived. It was a Tier 2 Navy from the UK, which arrived a year before the war. We're 25 million people now. What's changed? What's happened between when we're 5 million and 25 million people? What do you put it down to?
Well, look, I hadn't sort of put it in those terms, I suppose. As I said earlier, I think the intention has been to weaken every nation, not just Australia. So it's been done very stealthily, surreptitiously, if you like, and without us realising it. And that's how communism works. I'll show you something.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
On day one of national service, up at Puckapunya, where I went through, there was.
You're right. Take your time.
No, would you know? I haven't got it. Didn't put it in my pocket.
No way. I don't believe it.
But it's a textbook,
right?
Which, as we collected all our kit and walked out the door, there was a stack of books, hundreds of books on a table. Take one of those, and it was a book titled "You Can Trust the Communists to Be Communists." And through the first 10 weeks, we had to read this book just to know why we were inducted into national service. And the book I read that day, or in those 10 weeks, didn't look like Australia at all. It was, 180 something pages describing communism. But today, I read through that book a few times now in the last year or two, and we're living every page. We're living in a nation of communism now, where 50 something years ago we were not. Communism was there because in the 50s and 60s it was obvious probably to my parents, but as a kid I didn't see what was happening. But I look at that book today. I've read it a few times. I don't like what I'm reading because I see that's how we're living in Australia today, communism. People don't even know we're being run under communist ideology right now.
Yeah. So what was the name of the book again? I just missed that.
You Can Trust the Communists.
You can trust the communists. Okay.
To be communists.
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up.
It was authored by a fellow by the name of Dr. Fred Schwartz, Australian.
Yeah.
And he wrote that in the late 50s, published in 1960. He went on a talking tour around America, telling them everything of the contents of the book. And so he knew, and look, the world kind of did know what communism was like and about because it was visible everywhere. It's gone underground. It's now like a creeping cancer.
The long march to the institutions,
Can't see it.
right?
Yeah. Infiltration and control through infiltration of every part of our society.
I'm going to leave this interview and I'm going to have a million questions for you. I'm going to kick myself. But I want to thank you for coming to Canberra all the way from Victoria, more than 6 hour drive. And you've already served your country, and here you are again. My real question to now the Australian people is, what's your excuse? Where are you guys? So I wanted to thank you for your time.
Come on now, shows. Stand up.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you for your time, so I really appreciate it. Joel Jammal. My friend of Graham. I'm in New South Wales. Actually, I did the cadet corps. I did do the cadet corps in the King's School actually when I was in. I think it's the biggest the cadet corps. Right? I had my own platoon. It's like kiddies. It's kiddie stuff.
But it doesn't matter. it creates a bonding and a focus on what you're doing.
Yeah.
The purpose for being in cadets.
Yeah.
You get a sense of it's the beginning of patriotism, I think, something like that. So good on you for doing that.
It's my pleasure.
Thanks for taking the time.
Thank you so much. If you need anything, do you mind if I get your number? Just privately, I'll put the mic away. I'd love to do a long form interview, because the worst thing I see is John Anderson's father-in-law. He passed away, and I never got to meet the guy. And I had a million questions for the guy. And I don't mean any offence by this, but I don't see a bigger tragedy than seeing the knowledge of previous generations not being preserved properly. Otherwise, we're doomed to repeat it again.
One of the reasons why they want to minimise the elderly.
Yeah. Especially in China.
Take the elderly out, and all of the history goes with it.
Yeah.
My kids don't know anything about the history. These sort of things.
Yeah.
Anyway,
do you want me to chuck that in? Yeah. I'll leave it up to you. All right, guys. I'm going to show you what the crowd looks like while I'm just getting this.
I know a little bit about the law when you take a Mackenzie's friend into their system. We don't want to be in their system, but at the moment they have that system locked over our heads, folks.
04.
And that's what we're here to clear up. All right, the system is filthy and corrupt, and we want it cleaned up. So I'm getting off here, so we have you the people.
My last name is Jammal,
If anyone has something to say on your heart, you need to come up here and see my wife.
That's what I go by online on social media. I run that Turning Point. I run Turning Point. Oh, you have? You poor thing. Easy to recognise you. Yeah, with me. What about this patriot? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Love your work.
Send me a text if you can.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, sure.
Love your work. We're always
my
watching.
pleasure.
Come on.
Take your responsibility of your work.
John? Hey, John. My lady.
Should I get another one, or
Thank you,
that's
ladies.
it? Okay, do one more. We're
Yeah, let me put this on the outside. It looks weird.
No, now I got a boogie shot. Thanks a
Sorry?
lot. Now I got a boogie shot.
You?
Yeah, because I had to put my camera down
That's
like
all right.
that.
We can take another one. There's another attempt. I think it's recording.
Oh, not yet.
Psych. You guys have a good one.
See you later.
I'll see you later.
How are you?
I'm good.
Do you mind
Yourself?
if I get a quick photo?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, let's do it.
We love watching you, thanks. Yeah. Lovely to meet you. Thanks for everything you do.
No worries. No, it's my pleasure. What was your name, brother? Elisha. Lovely name. We've met, haven't we?
No, not yet.
Well, nice to meet you, Elisha. A great name. Elisha.
Yes.
So he was trained by Elijah, right? He was good. Yeah, he was the legend. I'll see you guys later.
Did they go to the Western Front?
Thank you, John. All right, guys, I'm going to give you a show of the crowd. Absolutely massive. We don't have any drones up, so I can't show you the full extent. But this is the closest thing. Steve, how are you?
Hey, Joe.
Steve.
Chinese New Year.
Long time, happy Chinese.
This year,
Guys, I'm on the live stream, guys.
Yeah.
And I want to pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. Always was, always will be.
There you go, guys.
We're going to do the anthem in language I asked Auntie Glenda, and this is in the country where I come from, Darug and Darawal. And then we would like you all to join us.
My pleasure, mate.
For the English.
I didn't lose my job, but I came pretty close.
Yeah, oh, really?
Yeah, it was a volunteer firefighter.
You're standing with your comrades.
Australia ga pujari garibara nini pujari boriga pujari balo yara ga nari wawa babu ga nari wawa nirang babu merang mari kabanana ba Please
help me win the photo competition. Thank you.
water, our home is got by sea, and roundabout in nature's gift of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage of
Australia fair, in joyful spring
and let us sing advance Australia.
Yeah, sure, mate. What's your name? Trevor. Just come over from the coast today.
Yeah. Which coast?
Over at Darnowra there on the south coast.
Yeah.
2 hours.
Hey, brother.
Yeah,
I'm good.
Good work, mate.
That's my pleasure.
My poem that I said before the march, but I've got a different one to share with you all now. It's called Unite as One New Way Dreaming.
Oh, gotta go the right way.
The day that we are free is the day that we unite. The day that there is no dark, but only light. We stand strong together, together we are one. But we must keep on fighting, cause this day will come. It may seem hard, but there is a sovereign way. A way for us to win, so we can have our say. The private corporations, well, they all need to go. We will stop supporting them and cut the money flow. No more we support them or give our hard-earned pay. We support small business, and that's the only way. Kmart, Coles and Woolies, you all need to go. We'll grow our veggies and reap the goods we sow. We'll be self-sufficient in more and many ways, uniting as community to bring us better days. Amazon and eBay, we don't shop with you. We support thy neighbour and shop with Aussies, not you. The day that we are free is the day that we unite. Unite and love together, unite in love and light. Culture doesn't matter, black, white or other, we are all from this earth that we call our mother. I stand with the First Nations people. Stand with me!
Take that, Greta Thunberg. I have no idea. He was here for a while. He did a break. I know. Rookshine's not here. Mate, you look my lunch.
I've been doing this for, firstly, it's very rude to say hello everybody. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
I've been doing this for 4 years and I'm bloody tired. I couldn't even get up on this scaffolding.
Absolute legend.
Kept saying to myself, where are you? 4 years ago, I stood here with the farmers and they bullshitted after we did a deal inside that building. To get us out of here, they told us what we wanted to hear, that they'd give the farmers water. The second I made it back to the hotel, I received a phone call that they had backflipped. They only wanted us to be gone. So they told us what we wanted to hear. They said they had no money to give to the farmers. They were asking for 150 million. And then COVID came. Sorry, before that, the bushfires. I put a call out to all Australians. Government did nothing. It was you. You did everything. You provided water and food. $2.9 million in fact. I couldn't keep up with the demand. So I was on the phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week trying to get food to these people. And if you want to know the truth, there are still people now who are homeless who have lost their homes from the fires. Still the government said we had no money.
Then this so-called virus rocks up and out of nowhere we get $2.4 billion out of nowhere. I've always said I'd die for my brother. I'd die for my neighbour. They made my brother believe that I will kill him. They made my neighbour believe that I will kill him through a made-up virus. They made you cover your face so mothers would not be recognisable to their children. And I knew it all along. They're going to start with the adults, and if they get enough adults to believe in this bullshit, then they'll come for your kids. I heard pedophiles do exactly the same thing. They make you believe that they're here for you. Then your children a year or 2 years later, or maybe when they're grown up, they tell you, remember that friend of yours that loved you? Yeah, he did this and this and this to me. But we've woken up, and I'm glad to say that we are winning. And I'm going to say that we've won, but I'm not going to lie to you. For the last 2 years I've said on social media we are winning, and I said it because I wanted you to believe it so I could believe it. Because I truly believe we weren't winning. They were hammering me, they were hammering you at every single stage. They told you if you don't put this shit into your system you can't work, but we love you. If you don't put this shit into your system you can't go to university, but we love you. Why don't you just tell us the truth? You do not love us, you love your pocket. Just tell the truth, at least we know where you stand. You are the definition of hypocrisy. You are the definition of what a liar is and a con artist. You make millions while you stop us from earning a couple of $1,000. You eat like kings while you make us want to eat like paupers. And you love us? Well, if you love me, you can go. Sorry. You can shove your love where the sun doesn't shine. My wife loves me. My children love me. And I love you. And you love me. And this is the only way we're going to empty the evil from that house and fill it with love. That house belongs to us. And with love and God, as Cindy said, the Holy Spirit, we will remove the darkness and the filth from that place and fill it with light. And it will then, and only then, represent who we are. We are Australians. And we should never forget that. And we have walked for long enough with our heads bowed down. Raise your heads, pull out your chest, and with one voice yell out, I am an Australian! God bless you all. Next speaker is Jammal, brother, please. God bless you. May the Spirit be with you. Rev them up. Rev them up.
Rev. Yalka, Karkulu, Pelpakelka. I must say, there's a painting over there, down in the ground. My big brother, Michael Nelson Jakamara, did that. Now, a lot of people don't know, but what you're doing here now is what that painting is actually about. Because when that corporation called Commonwealth of Australia Corporation asked him to come along and put a painting there, it took a while for him to work out what to put down. But the painting he put down, the land will come back to the people. That's the actual meaning of that stuff. Now you notice on that painting over there, you got all the animal tracks. Marlo the kangaroo, you got the emu, you got the possum. Because in our dreaming, we are gardeners of this Eden, and we're linked by a thing that's called clever water. Water is the binary essence of everything on this planet that lives and dies. It's got water in it. The water travels through every single living thing on the tree of life equally. The only difference is the skin the water is in. I'm Jakamara. My skin name is Jakamara. That's what links me to my totemic form. Now every single animal, two-legged, four-legged, winged and scaled, every tree, every plant on this continent had gardeners who had to protect them because they were the skin. They're the brothers and sisters of all of those species. Nothing's changed today. We are still the gardeners, but where most people forget now. Our malu, the kangaroo, the emu, that kangaroo's been shot for skins, and they feed the food, all the meat, for dog food. Now, where that man comes from, place could you win the moo? 295 kilometers northwest of Alice Springs. His nephew was supposed to be here today with us, but he got flooded in. He got flooded in at Yuendamu, couldn't come here. He was very sad, he wanted to be here. But he said, can we tell him about that painting? And so I had to tell you the story. Now, with skin name, every single species here is our family. Now if we claim every two-legged, four-legged, winged and scaled, we have to claim you. Even though some of us act like animals. Yeah, we are not animals. Yeah. See that fire there? The smoking ceremony? That comes from the desert. That's a desert thing. Do you know what that is about? Ecclesiastical law. Now, if water is the binary essence of everything on this planet that lives and dies, then the conscious would have to be the vessel inside the vessel, or the cosmic traveler. You're not the body, you're not the thing that dies. The body dies, you, the conscious, the cosmic traveler, you go back home. Where you came from. You know why we do this? Because it's the law of the cosmic travel, angel line. Whenever you come out of the body, or whenever something passes away and leaves the flesh, two-legged, four-legged, winged, scaled, all of this, they come from inner to the outside, just in the space. Now the smoke, you notice every single holy place on the planet, whether it be a church, a temple, all of these places, they burn holy smoke. Why? Because angels can only come down in place of sweet smells. And that's where all of those who step out of the vessel because they become food for something or they just passed over, they go to the sweet smell. Now we on this side over here, we create the holy smoke so angels can come down. What's the law of the cosmic traveler? You give them a place to rest, you give them a place to come and clean up, they must bless the place they live.
Sorry guys, just changing over the mic. Give me a second.
Still finished? Okay, a little bit more. Now what my sister said before about Grace Southland of the Holy Spirit, it is true. It's Fernando de Cuesta on behalf of the King and Queen of Spain. I said, the Great Southland of the Holy Spirit, where he or she has the power to name the name of the Great Spirit that dwells within the sacred waterhole before birth. They are to be recognized as the lost children of God. That's the skin name. By the skin name, we know who our children are. We know who we are. Now, if you look at all the prophecies, white spiritual boy prophecy, rainbow prophecy, eagle condor, they said the same thing. When we talk with black skin, no one heard us. So we'll come back in light skin so that you listen. This is the time of prophecy. This is not happening here in Australia. This is happening all over the planet. And it's all the same thing. Emperor Justinian created us in called the Unidroit Treaty, 530 to 550 AD, created by the Vatican. And we're all in it right now. Gough Whitlam signed in 1973 to this, created a corporation called Commonwealth of Australia, and then got a loan for the World Bank, and then needed to give something as surety. Your birth certificate is the surety to the debt. Just so you're aware. Now, why is that so important? It's known as the infant of the state. That's child trafficking. just so you're aware. Blessings, everybody. I'm going to get off stage and let someone else talk.
G'day people. I'm not an organiser. I've never stood in front of a crowd this big. Unprecedented times, I guess, call for unprecedented action. Makeup? Oh, okay, that's better, isn't it? I'm just up here. I just want to bring a lesson from history, guys. I came across this letter written by people that have been through this before, and I want you to listen carefully. I want you to listen and see if there are any parallels to what is going on in our nation today. I'm just going to read it. Bear with me. Okay, so this is a letter. It's a letter to the Archbishop of Canterbury from London's Jews for Justice. Okay? Monday, 10th of January 2022. Dear Reverend Welby, on behalf of the organisation Jews for Justice, I'm writing to express our concern at... I've lost my place now. I'm writing to express our concerns at your recent comments that it is somehow immoral to take a personal decision not to get vaccinated against COVID-19. I will not lecture you on the principles of bodily sovereignty and Christian inclusiveness, but I will alert you to the lessons of Nazi Germany. The lessons of Nazi Germany. The current othering of the unvaccinated precisely reflects the othering of the Jews in the 1930s of Germany. I speak not of the Holocaust, but of the events that preceded the Holocaust. The German Parliament abolished the Constitution on the 23rd of March 1933. Sound familiar? Allowing Adolf Hitler to take complete control. 2 years later, the Nuremberg laws excluded Jews from citizenship and introduced a citizenship certificate. Sound familiar? For the rest of the population in order to ensure their compliance to the regime. This is 1930s Germany, people. On the 23rd of March 2020, the British Prime Minister overrode the unwritten constitution and placed the entire country under house arrest without precedent. A little less than 2 years later, the introduction of mandatory vaccinations for health workers and vaccine passports for the public at large was to exclude the unvaccinated from the full rights of citizenship and ensure the compliance of everyone who does not possess such a passport with the dictates of the regime. National Socialism in Germany subjugated the rights of individual citizens to the collective will of the state. Exactly the same is now happening in Britain, and I might add Australia, and all over the world. It is impossible to deny the parallel between the first 2 years of Nazi regime in Germany and the last 2 years in Britain, or Australia, I'll add. Furthermore, although public hostility to Jews in Nazi Germany was evident from the beginning of the regime in 1933, Jews were not sent to concentration camps in any large number until 1938. More enclosed in ghettos until 1939, nor forced to wear yellow identifying badges until 1941. And it was not until that same year of 1941 that concentration camps became extermination camps. What's going on with these quarantine stations all around the place? All right? Listen carefully, guys. So it was not evident in the mid-1930s where hostility to the Jews in Germany would eventually lead. But we know what happened, and it is our duty to ensure that we learn the lesson of history. Our function, the function of our organisation, Jews for Justice, is to use our unique position as British Jews to warn the public at large how history is in danger of repeating itself. This is our sacred duty to our ancestors who died in the Holocaust. It keeps going, but can you see what I'm saying? Can you see where we're at today? All right, can you see the parallels? All right, this is bigger than just losing our jobs. Look, I'm a victim to this, my daughter is a victim to this. The jobs have disappeared for people that are unvaccinated. The other thing I'd like to say, just one more thing, people. I'd like to just bring a bit of a contrast as to our politicians and what's been going on lately. Yeah, okay, 30 seconds. All right. What happened to all the lofty principles that are always espoused by government? Things like equality, equity, inclusiveness, anti-discrimination, hate speech. All right, what's happened to all of this stuff? You don't hear a lot of it anymore these days. All you're getting from these state premiers is a rhetoric of get jabbed, get jabbed, get jabbed. All right, I'm losing my voice here. I need to get off, guys. But I just wanted to bring that to you today to let you know that this hasn't just happened in the last 2 years. Okay, this has been coming for a long time. It's history repeating. Just be aware, stay wary. And the other thing I'd like to say today, people, is do not let anybody goad you into engaging with the police in any way, shape or form, because that will go onto the mainstream media and make us all look like lunatics, which I don't see any loonies here today. All right, so I'm going to wrap it up.
All right, guys, next speaker, Jamie.
G'day, guys. How are you? Come on, I want to hear a clap here. So, I don't do social media or anything. We need to get here. And we need to get here now. We need 5 million. We do. We need to turn around and we need to fill from here back to that hill. This is going to make a change. But I'm going home tomorrow after this to be with my partner and kids. And I'm going to bring them back. Because we are nothing without our women by our side. We are in this together and they are trying to kill us. We have to be united as a one person. That is it. We are losing this if we do not get the numbers, and we need to spread it far and wide. Thank you to everyone that has come here today, and I just want to thank everyone that has come up to me and said thank you, because there has been some distressing stories, and I'll tell you what, it breaks my heart. And I'm just a bloke wearing thongs and socks and footy shorts. So get here.
Hello. Does this work? Okay. There's an orange knapsack that's gone missing. It's got a side zipper. If anybody's noticed it, it's like a backpack with a side strap, and and this woman's got to get back to Cairns and her keys are in it. So if anybody's seen it, bring it to the front, please. Right. But, this woman has actually made Daniel Andrews shit his pants. The next speaker, I'm absolutely honoured to announce her, Jackie Dundee.
Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Australians, firstly I wish to show my honour and respect to our ANZACs, our forefathers who sacrificed their lives for our freedoms. I also wish to show my respect for our original brothers and sisters. United, we all stand here today, and I will echo words that I have heard already. It is always the government that has caused division amongst us because they know the power that we have united. All races, all skin colour, all religion, and as Zelenak had said, and Cindy also touched on it, spirit has no colour. We are all united and we all stand here together, vaxxed or unvaccinated. It is another division they are trying to cause. Now, this government is ultra vires and it has gone well beyond its legislative power. They have an utter and blatant disdain for the Constitution. It was purposely removed from the curriculum back in the 70s. They do not want us to know our rights. Under the Constitution, Section 5123A provides us protections and guarantees. And you will find in that section where it mentions medical and dental services, and in the brackets to emphasise, it says, so not as to authorise civil conscription. It is strictly prohibited. No one can force anybody into any form of medical service. This corrupt criminal government got together the dodgy National Cabinet and they colluded, both the Commonwealth and the state government, to see how they could force vaccination onto the Australian population. We have all heard Scott Morrison and we've also heard the state ministers clearly state they cannot mandate these vaccines because they have no authority. Why don't they have any authority? It's because of Section 5123A of the Constitution. It provides us protections and guarantees. So what they have done is, they then went to the companies and the employers and threatened to fine them hundreds of thousands of dollars if they did not force vaccination upon their employees. So we had a lot of our population subject to this under fear, duress and coercion. Any contract in law is null and void if it is entered into under fear, duress and coercion. And they will be made accountable, they have to be. They are now coming after our children. This is something where we must all stand and unite. We must not allow our children to be a part of a medical experiment. Even Greg Hunt has made that clear. This is the largest clinical trial in the history of mankind. We have a government here that is not adhering to any laws at all. They have, as I said, a blatant and utter disdain for the Constitution. They are not adhering to federal acts and they are not adhering to the state acts. We had a very clear example in the Djokovic case that just occurred. We've got separation of powers in this country. You've got the executive, the legislative and the judicial. Now the reason there are three is because if one power lay in just one section, it would create tyranny and bias. In the Djokovic case, the Minister for Immigration said to the justice in that court that his opinion could override a judicial decision. Well, no, it cannot. So the decision in the Djokovic case is null, void and invalid. And that's something we need to understand. This government is trying to get rid of the judicial, which is where we have the right to access the courts for justice. Now we've got several cases in the High Court. We are still trying to get David's Section 40 heard. This case is regarding the powers of quarantine, which is what we have been subject to for the last 2 years. used arbitrarily, capriciously and absolutely disproportionately. We lodged it in September. We have been waiting now for 2 to 3 months for the High Court to use their discretionary power as to when they're going to hear this case. David Wisinger's case heard in the High Court will knock out the health acts across Australia. And this is why a decision in the High Court is so important, because a decision in the High Court affects all of Australians, not like the state courts. It's only applicable to the state. So I'll be back out the front of the High Court making demands, and I'll join Tricky as well at the front of Parliament when they reconvene. I agree with Romeo, we need to get 5 million Australians up here. We, the people, are the power. That's it. These criminals sitting in government, they are our public servants, and they've forgotten their place. We are the electors, okay? We elect them in to adhere to our will. We tell them what to do, not the other way round. We've got to flip it back the way it's meant to be. And together with our original brothers and sisters, for me, I think this is my opinion now, I think once we get into this High Court and invalidate all these unconstitutional acts, basically a detox of the Constitution, because all the legislation and acts, etc. that have been put in place for probably the past 50 to 70 years have been detrimental to the people. It's all about trying to restrict or prohibit us from doing things and fining us with penalties if we don't adhere to it. It's either that or they're trying to indemnify themselves and make themselves unaccountable. Under the Constitution, no law can be passed that is harmful to the people. These ones in public office have a fiduciary obligation to the people to cause us no harm. They are guilty of unconscionable conduct and they are guilty of malfeasance. They know damn well what they are doing with these vaccines. They're concealing all the data. So, in light and in love, in peace and lawfully, we will get this country back, united together, Australians, for the sake of our children. The Constitution is the supreme written law of this land. So, we the people are the power, and don't forget it.
Just quickly, guys, I've got a message from the police who have asked, do we want to all march back across that bridge together? We do? Okay, so we won't be here too much longer, so stick around, don't wander off, and we'll march across back together.
I just got 3 announcements. One is at the back.
Alright, sorry guys, these mics are about to die, guys. We've been going for about 5 hours. Sorry, give me a sec, I'm going to go away from the speakers.
What happened? Is that yours? Okay. She's a what? Going off again. You got it? The second is this gentleman, they lost a set of Gucci glasses. Just a pair of Gucci glasses. All female, so if you find them.
Hey guys, I hope you can hear me. Good yourself. Good to see you. Hey guys, we've been going for about almost 5 hours, about 4.5 hours now. My road mics are about to die. They're not meant to last this long. They've got I went to the stage to ask how many speakers. They got a lot more. They got like 20 more speakers. I need to wrap this up. This is taking too long. And the equipment's gonna die. The road equipment's gonna die. We've seen speeches from Graham Hood. We've seen speeches from, I think, Ricardo Bossi, Mac. We saw one of the former one of the ANZACs get up and speak as well. A lot of people out here, quite possibly 100,000. We'd know if we had drones, but we don't. As you've seen from the crowd sizes, and I'll show you now, absolutely a lot of people. Just a smile.
Love your work.
My pleasure, my pleasure, mate.
I'm linked to you.
Thanks so much. Guys, as you can see, that's the crowd size. Absolutely massive. I can't keep hanging around because the stream's going to die. They've got 20 more speakers again. They're probably going to all be given 3 minutes each. If that's the case, then we're looking at a situation where it's another hour of streaming. It's going to die in 5 minutes, this road mic. So I'll see you guys later. I'll do a recap as I walk away, but essentially what we saw today was a bunch of different speeches. We saw a situation where the people have come out, they've come to Parliament House, they're not happy. They issued the demands that Graham Hood said, which is basically free travel across borders, no mandates with the jobs, kids not getting jabbed below the age of 15 at all. The trials aren't even done. Also, no mask mandates for the kids. And they don't want to see a situation where we see lockdowns return again. The Prime Minister's getting a lot of heat. He's got a civil war in the Liberal Party right now. The branches are turning against him. His polling's in the gutter. It's worse than when he was in the bushfire crisis and he was in Hawaii. He's also got a situation where they're losing a lot of funders. A lot of the business funders of the Liberal Party, the loyal ones, they're no longer coming back. And this is before the last 2 weeks. These 2 weeks have been hell for him. Add on top of all of that, he's got people coming to Canberra, bursting the Canberra bubble, and they're going to be here all week. Who knows how long they'll be here for, but they've been saying 2 weeks to flatten the negligence. And in Parliament, I've heard that this week they announced that George Christensen, among others, will be speaking. And it's going to be interesting to see where things go with all that. Guys, I wish I could keep the stream going. Like right now, they're going to have another 20 speakers, but I've got to wrap it up. And I won't be staying here overnight, but I will be back on Tuesday. I don't know what their plans are for tomorrow or Monday, but Tuesday will be when they have a lot of parliamentarians speaking to the people over here. I think George Christensen, possibly some of the senators, and that'll be really interesting. I'll see you guys later. Take it easy. Thank you for sharing the stream. Give this another share. Give this stream a share. And we'll make sure that we combat the mainstream narrative, because they're going to say a few hundred people showed up. As you can see, it's not a few hundred, it's quite possibly 100,000 have shown up at least from around the continent. Absolutely amazing. I'm going to wrap it up, guys. Take it easy. Thank you again, those that donated. Not on Monday. I didn't put the donate link this time because you guys donated so much I could cover fuel for this today and on Monday. But today's just a day trip. I've got to go home. I'll be back on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Maybe I'll stay, maybe I won't. I'll keep you in the loop. I'll see you guys later. The road mic's going to die. I'll see you soon. Ciao.